Andromeda.
And Andromeda.
I forgot to ping a teaser, so you'll just have to come up with something.
I gave it the same level of consideration I do my own streams. That is none. I just had the title and the number.
Oh, so it's the episode is continuing. Yeah. It's a continuation.
Despite my best efforts, we're pretty much going to continuously do two-parters because to have any level of narrative complexity,
right?
Yeah. Whether or not it can be done in one episode is up for debate. Whether or not y'all can do it in one episode is not.
Ooh. Didn't we get one single episode?
Yes, there's one that has been done in a single episode. That was me, myself, and I. And that probably should have turned into a two-parter. That there was a lot more that could have been done about the split ships, but we had trouble because I had planned the episode around Inverni. But when it finally got time to focus on Inverni, they had to leave.
So it was literally our example of the alternative factor. Got it.
And on that, hello everyone, I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian. This is another episode of the Electric Metropolis Video Game Tour, or rather, this is the Electric Metropolis Video Game Tour, and this is an episode of Star Trek Return to the Frontier, A Land of Spite continued. And I'm not running. I'm still playing the ever level-headed and always right security officer, and no one can correct me except for the GM constantly. But yeah, hopefully things aren't gonna go bad. Everything's fine. We didn't get into a shootout at all. But with that, I give it over to the GM, who will totally agree with me.
It's yours, Chief Engineer.
Still have a Chief Engineer.
Haha, I'm muted. Chief Engineer's Log, Stardate 0362.3. Captain Soloris is leading an away team to the surface of Valis, the Cassian homeworld and the most populated world in the Yajon system. The All-Cassian Congress has convened an emergency session to address the crisis of the refugees and the System Defense Forces' attack on the refugee convoy. I'm not sure what can be salvaged from this mess, but hopefully the captain will be able to find a positive way forward. We need to try and keep things from spiraling completely out of control until Ambassador Starak arrives with the USS Fisher in 2 weeks. At least then we'll have some backup. On the other hand, I'm fairly pleased with how the Andromeda handled the stresses of combat. I'm tracking down a minor harmonic resonance in the port phaser coils, but that should be a minor fix. I'm also wondering if I can improve structural integrity a bit, maybe by upgrading the integrity fields with variable intensity gradients along a flexible waveform. Meta-narrative directives. 1. Ensure that interplanetary peace is maintained. 2. Do not engage in any activity on Federation worlds without first getting consent of the planetary government or 10th Fleet Command. 3. Investigate and arrest, if necessary, anyone that violates interplanetary peace or existing treaties. 4. Provide aid and comfort to the Cassians. Side note, anything 1,000 plus miles from a planetary surface is Starfleet's sole domain, even on worlds with active governments.
All right. Who beams down to the Grand Plaza of the Vote with Captain Soloris?
Go ahead.
I'll go down.
I don't know if I'll be needed. If the doctor is needed, he will go. But
that would be a conversation between you and the captain. There is one thing that's relevant to you. The convoy is expected to disembark. That's been put on hold, but there are a lot of details around documentation and health procedures and codes that was never handled before the convoy set out. I think they learned last week that there's a significant minority of people on the convoy who have no documentation whatsoever, which also means that, right, as far as any health system goes, there's no record of them or anything they've ever had or done.
Oh, great! So
exposed
we're gonna have to create a billion ad hoc medical records like on the fly. Cool.
Not quite a billion, but about but several 100,000.
Yeah.
Great.
I think there is enough justification to bring all of the PCs down because I'm going to need your medical advice. I'm going to need security advice.
Cool.
And I'm most certainly going to need engineering advice, given this is a question of the transportation and housing of hundreds of thousands of people.
So leaving Inverni in command. And
are any of the or were any of the colony ships or transport ships damaged during the affray?
no,
Okay.
I think that was another insight that maybe Artana could share, because the engineer was in engineering during all this, but in any debrief that was given afterwards, it kind of became obvious that the system defense forces have no experienced pilots or crews. They missed wildly despite their best attempts, and although they were able to form up and attack, it was very sloppy, and they were easily distracted by aggressive piloting by the Andromeda. Whereas the Andromeda's fast flying and warping that confused them would have done nothing to stem the tide of an attack by Klingon fighters. So no, there was no damage that got inflicted.
I'd almost equate them to a bunch of a sheriff's department trying to face off with the U.S. Navy. It's we know how to use our vehicles. We are clearly outmatched and not used to this sort of conflict.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because one thing to stop some random pirate ship and tell it to heave ho and be boarded and stuff. It's no, you're facing with a Starfleet vessel with a trained crew. This is a bad idea. And a Klingon vessel that's willing to kill you. No.
Another quick question. The Fisher, beyond bringing the ambassador, is it also bringing any supplies and equipment that will help with the settlement or of the refugees?
That will have to be a role on behalf of the captain, because the Fisher was not set aside for this. They're responding in an emergency fashion.
Okay.
So Solaris would have had to convince the captain of the Fisher and the Commodore that this, or the ambassador, that delaying delaying leaving was worth whatever materials could be brought along.
Everybody's got fancy token frames, but me. Feel all sad.
Well, we have better contract negotiators than you, so.
I have better
Yeah,
artists.
I mean, you got basically no lines for the first half of season 1, so
Yeah, it's okay. I have a better artist than you guys, so.
Yeah.
okay.
So is that something that y'all wanted to do?
I'm sorry. Could you negotiate with the diplomat to get what? Sorry.
Did you want to ask the Fisher to bring anything with it other than the ambassador and itself?
Yes, I would have asked it to bring medical supplies and a medical crew because we don't know the status of the health of many of the people on the ship, and my ship only has one doctor and a corpsman to handle hundreds of thousands of people.
Captain, we might want to also ask them to bring portable shelters and power generators.
Yes, because it sounds like they will need, accommodations to live in
And,
space and on land.
They're not replicators in this day and age. What are they called?
They have food synthesizers.
That's it. Synthesizers, yeah. Field synthesizers, yeah.
I owe you 3 points. I'm going to grab a personal force field.
Oh, actually, let me get the correct amount of threat.
Yep.
It is one of those terrible 4-threat episodes.
Oh my God. Like to stay on the ship?
Hey, I mean,
4-threat doesn't necessarily mean that you are personally in danger. It means the situation could rapidly get out of your hands.
Are we upgrading from phaser 1s to phaser 2 for the landing?
No. If this planet is so hostilely aggressive that they will attempt to murder a Starfleet away team, then there is no negotiation that we can do to help them. And they will probably be expelled from the Federation. So no, we should not need that.
yeah. I still have my type 2, but I'm security.
So-
That's not weird for me.
The captain and security are allowed to have type 2s.
Right, yeah.
But I'll be getting a force field, but I'll be foregoing the vest because the force field you can see it on, but it's not as.
Is it escalation 1 or 2?
It is. I owe you 3 total. It's escalation 2 because I have to pay for the opportunity and the escalation.
Can you? I don't think you can give me threat in exchange for opportunity. I'm not going to charge you opportunity though, because this is not. There was no time crunch to you preparing for this away mission,
Oh,
but the escalation does cost.
Oh yeah. So I owe you 2 because it is escalation 2 for sure.
It's only weapons that you have.
Weapons are the things I can get for free. For free. Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
All right. Is that all the equipment?
That's all I'm getting. Unless the
Is that
captain wants
all
me to go remember.
the? Captain, you can give me reason command. No, control command. Because although it is, it's an argument. This is more representing following protocol and getting the starbase to work with you, because they don't need to be convinced. They don't need to be convinced, but you are being pulled in several directions. So there's a question of whether or not you can get this to them before it's too late.
Could Revere assist with a detailed list of estimated, needs as far as portable housing and power supplies and all that to give to the captain. But he doesn't have to worry about those kind of numbers.
Okay. The reason I asked about the opportunity cost is I know that it's like they really narrowed down what you can give threat in exchange for momentum from.
Mhm.
And I
Yeah,
guess
that's why I had to
this-
double check. I was like, I better look that up. Yeah, okay. Just so I know for later.
Oh, and the only trait that is still in effect is disparate refugees. Yes, you can assist.
A focus in I can spend a couple different focuses here. A focus in diplomacy or rhetoric to help formulate the argument, or
No, they don't need to be convinced. You
Okay.
need to find the time. You don't have a yeoman. You don't have a functionary. You actually have to contact the starbase yourself, provide
Mhm.
authorization yourself, make sure everybody got the lists of what was needed, make sure you get in contact with the ambassador's office and get his approval.
Yeah, no. Solaris will want a yeoman in the future when she can get the full
Yeah,
flight.
no, the captain of a Constitution class would not make this role. It would just be understood that they have someone who can handle it.
Okay, then can I spin you a focus in structural engineering because part of this is about structures?
Not enough of it is.
Okay. Then I'm not gonna have a focus, which that's okay. Okay. My trait of respected Starfleet officer. People are willing to do things for me.
Washed out by tyrant.
That's
They
what
don't
I
like
thought.
being told what to do.
That's what I thought. All right. What's the difficulty here?
You actually took that. That's
2.
hilarious.
Yeah, well, again, I don't think it's exactly who Solaris is
It's her
most of the time,
reputation.
but it is her reputation. All right, take a threat. And I don't have cautious, so I can't do anything about that.
Complication or give me the threat.
Yeah, why don't we have a complication here?
Can Revere use a structural engineering focus?
Yes, because you are only providing advice on part of this task.
Well, it didn't help anyway, but it didn't hurt.
Did you know you need to use Durasteel for this? Yes, thanks. Thanks for your expert advice. Everything's used with Durasteel. What are you talking about?
Wait, what's Durasteel? That's from a galaxy far, far away.
It's
Oh
all
my
the same
God.
difference.
We could use transparent aluminum.
Not yet. That's pretty. Oh no, it is.
No, we have transparent aluminum.
You do.
Yeah, that was the 80s. The 1980s.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's the 2360s, so.
It's not that either. It's the
2260s.
2260s.
Temporal mechanics.
You are able to gain a momentum,
Okay.
and the Fisher will arrive with excess medical equipment, excess engineering equipment. However, some of the things you asked for that weren't really that critical but nice to have are only available from wartime depots that haven't been redispersed, right? A lot of resources are gathered up and stored close to the front. And there are a couple of specific vaccinations and medical scanners that you asked for that were kind of ancillary, but the Fisher's going to wait until they get all of the items. So it will now be 4 weeks until the Fisher gets here.
Very well.
All right. You beam down into the Grand Plaza of the Vote. It is a wide open space with fountains and benches, the occasional monument and statue. Lots of people milling about, seeming unconcerned or engaged in their own particular interests. Beaming down nearby, you see Representative Hassan Jinban, General Shia Hanvex, and their attendants are several other important people from the camp.
Yeah, the captain will raise your fingers in the Vulcan salute and say, greetings. I can only hope that we will resolve this dispute in a peaceful manner.
Not almost if ignoring, kind of ignoring you. You see shocked looks on several of their faces. The representative covers his mouth with his hand. The general kind of goes pale and then kind of shuffles and falls onto her knees. She then slams the ground with her fists and says, "Those damn uncultured barbarians." She kind of looks as if she is holding back tears. And you see a wide array of shocked emotions on the faces of the others being damned with them. The representative kind of goes to kneel beside her and, almost looks like he's handling whatever's going on better, and he's about to console her, but she throws his hand off. And she says, "This was everything for us. The center of the technocracy. Everyone who was anyone got their credentials here, got their research validated here. Everything for 1,000 years came through here." She says, "If this goes south, the first thing we do is burn this place for what they've done." And then, like a flood, they all kind of realize that you are actually here. And she gives kind of a angry grimace, acknowledging that you're here, and the representative says, "Well, I'm glad you're here to see what we can work out."
I have to ask, what have they done to this place that has offended you so? It looks to me like many government plazas around the galaxy.
Boring and drab as the rest of them.
He looks like he's about to explain, and then he's interrupted, and the general says, "This is supposed to be the courtyard to the Grand Academy of Sciences and Progress. She kind of points over to a modern yet unassuming apartment block, and she says, there used to be, or there should be, the greatest structure you've ever seen over there. A government center combined with a university. She kind of sweeps around. All around here would be the homes and offices and labs of researchers of everything from warp technologies to modern philosophies. The military command college was here. She says everything was here, and these barbarians have cleared it all.
Yes, well, I understand your grievances at how these people have run this planet, but I would request that you refrain from referring to them as barbarians for
I give you a look.
I believe that you might be adopting the wrong headspace for a long-lasting peace agreement here. There has to be reconciliation going forward, not continued hostilities.
She quips back, I think you're the only one who's desperate for peace here. And the representative then becomes a little bit more assertive and says, now that's not the position of the governing authority. We are interested in better relations and a solution to the problem, as he kind of chastises her.
Yeah, Dolores nods her head and she says, I would hope so. Otherwise, this conflict will not end.
And who
And
knows? Perhaps the future holds an opportunity to rebuild what you have lost.
Mm.
A worthy campaign, General.
Give me presence command. Normally difficulty 4. Desperate refugees is going to kick it up to difficulty. Actually, I'm doing that the wrong way. Desperate refugees bring it back down, but hardliner is going to bring it back up. So I think there's a difficulty 3.
This for Revere.
Yes.
Fortunately, in preparation for this meeting, Revere has done the reading, so take a momentum. I have studied the the psychology and science of both. Is it Cassian? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes, they're all Cassians.
Cassian. Okay. Of Cassian psychology and how that might blend with Klingon training and worldview. So I'm get to use my science score for this instead of my command score. And you said it was diff 3?
Yes.
Okay, and that talent lets me assume I have a focus.
Oh yeah. Tweer is also gonna want to familiarize himself with whatever available anatomical information is available about their biology, because I'm gonna need that baseline to work from.
Okay, we do not have any momentum, diff 3, so I guess I'm going to give you 3 threat for 4 dice. Let's be present science. remember how to play Star Trek Adventures. There we go.
Yeah.
Well, and welcome to second edition.
You gain
Yeah,
a
you guys
moment.
may have to forgive me while I struggle with bits and pieces.
So you've created the trait only applicable to those who already have the trait refugee, which is integrated resurgence. There are a couple of important people here. There's a good number of important people here who are key members of the refugees, and you're the first one to voice and put serious consideration behind reestablishing their preferred culture, first by integration and then by resurgence.
Nice.
Works for me.
All right. The scene will change.
That momentum poofs. Battle Grid of Judgment.
You're out of order. This whole court is out of order. Oh, look, it's my graduate examination.
Oh God.
Y'all enter into a massive hall. At one end of it is 4 tables. Directly in front of those, a small set of tables and consoles. And lining the sides of the room are seats for about 70,000 people.
Oh.
It
That's a hell of a
borders on the
Congress.
sides of a arena for some of the largest spectator events on large Federation worlds. As you've entered the facility, a attendant with a pad and a headset walks up to you, Commander, and says, "You are the commander of the Andromeda?"
Yes, she'll do the Vulcan salute and say, "Live long and prosper. I am Commander Soloris, commanding officer of USS Andromeda."
She says, "You'll want this." She hands you a pad and says, "You've been summoned along with appropriate counsel to answer questions and provide advice before the All Cassian Congress at approximately 1100 hours." If you have any questions or requests, I can act as your liaison to the Congress.
What am I advising them on?
She kind of looks over the top of the pad she's handed you and kind of scrolls down. It says, "It looks like the topic is interstellar traffic of unrecognized persons and questions of military action. It looks like there are already 17 additional items scheduled for that session."
She lets out an exhale and says, "And could you inform me of what the likely possible outcomes of this are? What is the council deliberating doing here?"
She says, "Oh, none of these items have yet been covered by the council, so the outcome will depend on the activities and debates within this particular session." As she gives you what feels like a you know, I'm not a pundit, I don't make predictions kind of
Yeah.
like you don't feel like it's acceptable or it's culturally acceptable for her to
Okay.
opine on what could happen.
Okay, can I rephrase the question as, what are the possible actions the council could take as a result of this meeting?
She's, I guess you could be unfamiliar. There is no action that is not there's no action that is not within the purview of the All Cassian Congress, should it deem that action is necessary.
I raised an eyebrow at that.
Supreme legislative authority is rests with the Congress. There is no limit to its authority.
So they have no judicial division from its legislation?
She's, we do have the Cassian system does provide a judiciary, but the judiciary is a function provided by the Congress. They adjudicate the laws issued by the Congress and interpret anything the Congress might have failed to consider.
You're
So
gonna need
this
all your
is-
welcome patience for this one, Chief.
So yeah, Aratana, she's not answering the question you're asking, but the answer to your question is no. There's no judicial independence. I mean, there is judicial independence in the sense that a member of the Congress can't, as a person, order a judge to do something, but the the judges have no authority to unlegislate. They can't declare something that the Congress has done invalid.
Yeah, the thing Artana is concerned about is if this sounds like a judiciary by other means. Like we can enact whatever we want. We can we can call you a criminal. You are now a criminal. There's no judiciary here. Get wrecked.
So there is, but they can't undo anything the Congress has decided on. And the Congress has supreme legislative authority. So yes, it is technically feasible from the quick understanding. You don't know whether this has ever been done,
Yeah.
but from your interpretation of what she said, it is feasible that the Congress could declare someone a criminal by vote, and the judiciary couldn't do anything about that because all they could do is interpret how to sentence you or what the legislature meant by you being a criminal, but they can't unmake you a criminal.
Mhm.
They have no authority to. They have no right to usurp any legislation that the Congress has passed.
And the Congress can pass
Anything.
criminal. Okay, so they can just
Literally anything.
declare. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Okay.
Cool.
GM. Do we have any momentum?
Nope.
We don't. Okay. Then I was going to ask a question, but I'll also have to look it up later.
You can. Yeah, you would want a task to kind of look into something.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. First of all, let me read the document she's handed me. What's in this?
Is your plan to start investigating and preparing?
Yes. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then
we have
the
to.
scene's gonna change again
Okay.
as she shows you to a room for waiting advisors. And basically, you're supposed to wait here until summoned.
Mhm.
And this place has available computer terminals and seating and things like that that you would need to wait several hours.
Okay. So, first things first. Yeah. She walks in the room and she looks around the team and she says, "We are in a very delicate diplomatic situation here. We must tread extremely carefully to produce a peaceful outcome that will satisfy all parties. I will need all of your assistance on this matter."
Araton is immediately going to grab at his tricorder and he begins walking around scanning the walls.
Yes,
That might be a good idea.
I'm happy to help, Captain, but I'm not sure exactly what you'd want me to do.
Winchester, how do you rule about con being used for legal and procedural matters as a GM?
It's command.
Okay.
Or it might be science if it's a question of theory rather than a
Okay.
question of practicals.
She's going to say first things first. We have to investigate their legal and political system to understand exactly what is at stake here and how best to manipulate their political dynamics to ensure a favorable outcome.
Manipulate, Commander.
Hey, GM, I don't have control over my token.
You could drop a new one down.
Yes, manipulate, Doctor. I lack a better word for this context. They have a political system I would call undemocratic, and we must navigate it as such.
They do vote on it, Commander. Colonial political services work in all kinds of ways. Heck, I knew people. We used to have in my small colony. We had subcommittees upon subcommittees. Almost got nothing done, but everything was voted on because Federation. Well, Federation likes when you vote on things, really.
Oh no, I fully understand that they do have elections. However, without a proper balance of powers or a constitution to ensure politicians act within certain means, I question the importance of said elections. They have a dictatorship in which the dictators are elected through popular means.
Sort of like the Science Council, no?
Solaris makes like a tiny grimace at that face, but you know she probably thinks the same.
So
All right, give me
Oops,
Yes,
1%.
first things
insight
first.
security. This is for Artani. For
Oh, sorry.
Artani, give me insight security difficulty of 2.
I'm gonna reach here. Tactical sensors? I don't think so, but I'll ask.
No, because there are no specialty security tricorders.
Yeah, they just use regular tricorders.
Yeah, there's the only specialty tricorders from
Science medical
Medical.
have their own.
science, I think.
I think
No,
engineering does, don't they?
Engineering doesn't get one
Science-
until TNG era.
Okay.
There's
Yes,
a default tricorder and a medical tricorder, and then in
All right.
TNG, an engineering one.
What was diff again? I apologize.
2.
Yep. Does constantly watching apply for the purpose of rerolling to see a hidden enemy or danger?
Yes.
I'll throw you a threat to buy a die. This is for personal shooting. That doesn't apply. None of that applies. 3 dice, no focus. That's okay though. Insight security's not bad. Thankfully, I can reroll that 0 because of constant watch. Whoops, I don't need to do that. Wrong game. Try again. There you go. Well, I really don't want to biff this. Spend this early though. Yeah, I'm just gonna biff this and give you 2 threat.
Okay.
I think I can do. I don't want to spend determination for this.
They have a homegrown technologies because they were already decently advanced before the Federation got here. So there are a lot of active listening sensors, but which of those are supposed to be here to make the computers that have no obvious inputs useful, and which of those might be unnecessary listening devices, you can't tell.
Captain, just want to advise you that I cannot verify the signal intelligence of this room. So assume someone might be listening. That isn't supposed to be.
Understood.
And I'll lounge on the couch a bit because I don't think we're in actual danger. But
Yeah, I guess first things first. Let me look at the affidavit they handed me. What's detailed in this?
It's go ahead and give me insight command difficulty 3.
Okay. A focus in. I don't have legal focus.
Cultural studies would work.
Okay. I'll take it then.
You'd better. No.
Take 3 threat.
Good
Oh
golly, what are these
my
rolls?
God. Okay.
Oof.
Okay. I'm in trouble here. Okay. GM, can I spend my determination on I give nothing but my best to my crew, I expect nothing but the same to reroll that?
Um, no, because you're not a lawyer. This might actually be your best.
Right.
What
Okay.
I would do
Mm-hmm.
is give you your choice of challenges here. I could challenge either my word is law or that which is not just is not law. Because you've already detailed how you don't think this is a fair legislative system.
Mm-hmm.
And also, you're getting kind of useful to being the supreme authority in most situations. So either of those you could choose. Whichever one you choose, you can either take the determination and rewrite it, or take the determination and accept a third complication. That is, unless you like use a directive. I don't think any of your values are going to help you out here. In fact, I'm thinking they're hurting you, not helping you. But a
Yeah.
directive might help you reroll.
Okay, let me Directive 1, ensure the interplanetary peace is maintained. If I don't understand their political system, I will cause more disputes rather than peace.
No, because it's not clear that if you do understand it, you'd be able to prevent it. Right, you weren't able to prevent the combat in space, even though
Okay.
you were on top of the situation.
Directive 4, provide aid and comfort to the Cassians.
The second one is the one you want.
Okay.
Because you need to know if you're even allowed to engage with this government.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Right, because if they're not allowing you to be here, they're only asking you to be here because they think you have forced yourself upon them. So now they're going to ask you why you're doing it. That might be a really bad. You might want to know that before you go in there, so you can say, "I didn't mean to force this," right? So yeah, it would be important to know whether you've actually gotten consent to be here or not.
Okay. That sounds good to me.
So before you do that, though, you're going to want to choose one of those two values that's holding you back.
Okay, and challenge them.
Actually, I'll decide. I think that your third one is the biggest problem here. So either either rewrite it or accept a complication.
Sure, I'll accept a complication for determination.
All right, you get that, and you can use the one you have, but not this new one until after you've finished this.
Yeah.
Investigation.
Okay. Okay. Then now I am re-rolling all 4 dice off of. Yeah. There we go.
All right, you gain
You just roll 4
2
complications.
momentum.
Say again.
I just choked out. Rolled 4 complications.
Yeah. How much momentum, sorry?
2. It was a difficulty 3 task.
There we go.
I'm going to take that complication to give the trait "the law is what we say" 1. Over everything you investigate hovers supreme legislative authority. Whatever you think the system is, all it would take is a simple majority to change whatever thing that you think is bedrock. There
Okay.
is no bedrock here. The only bedrock is tradition, right? That something hasn't been done before and it doesn't look like it's common to be done, but there is no solid legal footing beyond the Congress having supreme legislative authority.
Oh, so
And
they believe in
even
precedent.
and even that, in theory, they could take it away from themselves, right? There's
God.
yeah, precedent is the only comfort you have, and it's not a strong comfort.
Okay. Okay. And so, what have I learned from the affidavit?
Oh, it is an inquiry demanded by the Coalition for Progress, the majority party,
Mm-hmm.
whose leader is Majority Leader Vivek Savar. You recognize his last name as a renowned Vulcan, the name of a renowned Vulcan from approximately 2,000 years ago, who wrote several treatises on the nature of non authoritarian governments.
Could you drop that name in a chat somewhere? Please.
Now. No. I never forget,
Thank
please.
you.
It's in Roll20.
Got it.
And his party, which is the majority, is the Coalition for Progress. It's actually a amalgamation of parties. He happens to lead the largest one.
It's a coalition.
It is a. It's not a coalition in the sense that they got together to form a government. It was a coalition before that.
Okay.
It's
So
like a
it's
permanent.
parties in the line. Okay.
It's a permanent alliance of parties.
And CDU and CSU. Yeah.
It draws into question actions taken by you and by Strategos Kinian Bonaparte, whose party is the largest minority party called Democracy.
Democracy with an exclamation mark. Okay.
Yeah, no, you actually, if that's genuinely curious, right? Soloris can look it up and see that there was a kerfluffle, 20 years ago when they demanded that they be allowed to use punctuation in their party name, and it was kind of seen as an uproarious thing.
Well, there's no precedent for it, right? So it's like, well, I have to vote on it. We're really wasting a vote on this. We're wasting hours of our day on this. Yes.
They still use
No.
paper
You're
ballots
wasting
in the
days of your week at least.
Oh God.
they still use paper ballots for anti-hackability reasons, and like the font they use doesn't have an option for an exclamation mark, so they had to debate what the exclamation mark looks like.
Well, and that paved the way for the hashtag Freedom Party.
The measure has been supported. The measure to call this has been supported by the Alliance of Unaligned Parties, which is another permanent coalition of parties who have nothing in common with each other, but don't like being. They seem to gather together mostly just to stop themselves from being irrelevant.
Okay.
But they form like the third largest group.
And can I?
And hold on, there's one.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, and despite the party democracy having a larger vote share and more representatives, I'm going to delete your message just to keep these together.
Sounds good.
There is a tentative agreement between the Alliance of Unaligned Parties and Cassian Way to keep democracy out of minority leadership.
Okay.
Which is why the minority leader isn't from the largest secondary party.
Okay.
But they're pretty close. They're not the Alliance of Unaligned Parties is very close in vote share to democracy, but they do have less. And the reason that they maintain minority leadership is because of a tentative agreement with Cassian Way.
And Kavros leads Cassian Way.
Kavros Haspol, yes. He's his name might betray some insight into his party. He shares a last naming convention with the refugees, a very traditional out of use naming system based on lineage, whereas the newer cultural movement the refugees don't seem to be a part of is to take a last name from someone else at different points in your life to highlight something about yourself. Like many might take a name that's aspirational because they aspire to be like someone else.
Understood. And question. From previous precedent, do I know what the likely possible outcomes of this are? Like, are we talking, is this a
I'll take that
trial and name
for
only?
momentum.
Yes, this trial name only where like we might face criminal punishment, or are they just looking to update legislation? Like, what is the consequences likely out of this?
This seems like an open season on solving everything that has been taboo to solve since the end of Klingon occupation.
Mm-hmm.
You could end up being a scapegoat, but they may also not pay attention to you at all and use this as an opportunity to solve or deal with the refugee issue. They may ignore that entirely and use this as a chance to re-legislate their status within the Federation.
Mm-hmm.
It's not likely to go outside the bounds of those things.
Mm-hmm.
But the type of docket item this has been listed under does not restrict the measures brought forward. Like there are other types of daily work that seem to have current rules in place that say, you can't bring this item, right? The only way you could bring this item at this time would be to have the whole Congress get together and override the existing rule that says you can't do it. So for all practical purposes, you can't bring this item at this time of day or at this type of meeting. This specific type of inquiry has none of those restrictions in place. Any item can be brought forth, and that seems to have been intentional.
God. Okay. Is there anything else at all like this in the history of their planet? Because what this sounds like to me is basically a constitutional convention level of like deciding everything about the country's future.
The closest, this will take a moment.
Okay.
The
Go ahead.
closest thing to this that's ever happened was the first All Cassian Congress sitting, which happened after the overthrow of the Cassian technocracy.
Okay.
They held a session. There were no rules at the time, so
Mhm.
everything was everything. Not everything that is established was established then, but many things were established at that time, and it seems to have been very chaotic because you might be in there might have been a discussion about should we have a military, and then someone will say, right, well, if we have a military we have to feed them, and if we're going to feed them you're going to have to buy grain from my section of this planet, and if you're buying grain from my people we want this price. And now the entire Congress is debating grain prices in one region of one planet
Mhm. Mhm.
before they can get back to the idea of are we going to have a military at all. That
Mhm.
they have to decide, is it even relevant to that question. So this is the closest thing to that you've ever you see in their history, where a major party has intentionally opened Pandora's box.
Mhm.
Dr. Tweer just turns to Gwendolyn and says, I believe your human culture has a phrase like this, for want of a nail.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of hammers going around.
No, the problem is there's not a lot of hammers going around. And those refugees are still crammed shoulder to shoulder in those ships. We need hammers going around and walls being put up.
This very
And
much
I
feels.
I
am
like it.
not a single one of us is an expert on legal matters, and I do not even have one aboard my ship to ask advice from. We are fumbling around in the dark with an alien's understanding of law, and if we do not succeed, then hundreds of thousands will experience undue suffering.
I can
Oh,
give you
we've
a bit
only
of
got
expert.
to hold out a couple weeks until we get a real diplomat here, right, Kev?
Oh, God.
Well, GM, is there any list of like a time frame of when this must start on the paper, on the affidavit?
Yeah, in like 3 hours.
Yeah, no, I like you say that, and then Soloris just like looks down at the affidavit, and the camera zooms in at start time in 2 hours and 57 minutes, 2 hours and 56 minutes as the seconds are clocking down.
I'm gonna spend 2
Oh, this is
threat
gonna be great.
to put the trait on Gwendolyn of
Afraid of what?
It's probably being typed into your sheet right now.
Oh, yeah.
Got it. Mm.
Probably something along the lines of tempting fate, because a lot of the things you're saying then become true in a way that I don't want to be true.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Your other name, also known as Cassandra.
endless possibilities without experience. Basically, Gwendolyn's got a lot of thoughts about what could be done, what might need to be done, what we should prepare for, what we should think about. And none of them come from experience, but that might be an advantage here. But it might also cause problems.
Well, there's one thing I can tell you, Captain.
Yes.
Colonials always like to get one over on Starfleet. So if you give them a reason to look good, they'll take it. Every colonial government's the same way. Everyone wants to be the big cheese and tell them, yeah, we know what we're doing, even if we have a very smart person on a ship, no matter how important it is. Politicians. That's the way it always works generally. Not always. I take that back. I read a paper on some species that's actually perfectly reasonable. Then there was that gangster planet. No, that didn't happen yet, so don't worry about it.
This is a gangster planet.
I'll also note, Captain, that while this is starting in 3 hours, this sounds like something that might well run on and on for 4 weeks or more. Perhaps the appropriate play is to use their own system to stall for time. If anything can be introduced, then perhaps who's the head of the civilian head of the refugees?
That is.
I turned my head to the side as if I was looking at you, so you would know. But
Representative Hassan Jinban.
Hassan Jinban. Perhaps.
And I have a thought here. If you want, you can give me reason command. I think there is a trait that might work for what Revere is thinking about that might apply to Revere, but it would require him to formulate these thoughts a little bit.
All right, and let me finish my full thought here before we make that roll, if that's okay. It might be that the first question you might have the leader of the refugees bring up is, if this is an all Cassian Congress, then it seems to me that the refugees should have their representatives elected first and foremost. They are, after all, Cassians.
Absolutely. And, well, I believe it is the famous old Earth quote, no taxation without representation. If we can institute, to borrow an expression from command school, a delaying action to keep them distracted and bickering for long enough for the Fisher to arrive and for us to achieve greater legal aid, then perhaps we can find a way to muddle through. At the very least, we could only move forward when we have greater legal assistance.
I obviously need to start studying up on Earth quotations. So you said,
please use your own.
Yeah.
Command or something?
Oh no. Insight command.
Even worse.
Difficulty 2. This is no, because this is to and this doesn't have to be attempted. It's just an option for Revere for the trait budding parliamentarian. As he's getting an idea of how this is intended to work.
I don't have a momentum, so okay. Just gonna have to roll this raw then. All right, so take this difficulty 2. This is not a great roll, so take 3 threat for 4 dice.
All right.
I do not have a focus that will apply unless you'll accept sailing as a pastime. So.
There's a loose British connection here between parliamentarianism and sailing, but it's too tenuous.
Right. That's right. He's a cat who sails. Ooh, just made it.
Well, of course the cats sail. They hate getting wet, so they want to be on the big boat.
Yeah. You.
I love that.
For the rest of this episode, you have the trait of budding parliamentarian.
Okay. Budding parliamentarian. I probably didn't spell that right either, but As long as Corbinian doesn't tell me about it, I won't know.
What am I supposed to tell you about?
Nothing.
Perfect.
Don't worry, I don't have this recorded or anything. It's fine. We'll never know.
Okay.
Oh, sure. I
So
can
yes,
spell parliamentarian, but not Andromeda. Okay, fine.
So I would like to formulate a legal strategy around delaying them and keeping them arguing in circles about things like should I mean, if we can get the refugees represented, great. But if we can't, just having them argue about it, I would like to keep them busy until we can get further help.
It's a suggestion I might throw out.
Uh-huh.
In the interest
them.
of excuse the anthro supremacist language, but the humanitarian, in the interest of humanitarianism and compassion, or compassionate grounds, better way to put it. We may want to have them put in a temporary injunction to at least give temporary landing permission or housing, like refugee on the planet, or like some sort of accommodation, because these people are going to be sitting here. There's a lot of people who are sitting there in orbit in not ideal conditions, and they've already been up there for 5 months. Like, look, you can kick them off later if you want, but could you let them, like, while we're talking about this, could you, like, let them hang out here for a while? And they can leave later.
Do they have any responsibilities under the Federation Law of Refugees?
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean,
as
that
a
seems
member
like a
world?
question that we might have to roll for, but yeah.
It will be.
Also, perhaps we should involve the refugee representatives in our discussions.
They're all a bit fashy and they like talking about bombs and technocracy, so I don't know.
God.
Well, but they have not asked us to represent them directly, Captain. Perhaps
Yes, but
we
we've
should.
still been summoned to talk about it, but sure, why don't we bring them in?
One wonders if they've been summoned as well. I would assume so.
I would assume so as well.
Assuming politicians do things that make sense is a dangerous assumption.
yes.
Should we maybe go check on that rather than speculating and inviting them here?
Sure, why don't you go attempt to communicate with them?
I'll
Will
go
do.
with.
Excellent. And I will start formulating a legal plan.
And I will continue my medical research.
Right. So
Ooh, maybe you could add to the argument the medical necessity to move them. I mean, there is a medical argument for not keeping people cramped on ships and giving them the freedom to have a nice breath of air. I mean, most species don't like being cramped on ships. Some do, but most like being able to see the sky.
We already know about the vast healthcare and disease spreading potential of the people aboard those ships. If you can argue on Federation medical grounds that they have to be helped, that would be a massive boon.
So I'll give you each a task, as you have a limited amount of time to prepare before the first hearing. And we'll start with the chief ops specialist.
okay.
So what are you and Revere doing?
I'm basically acting as a runner. I'm going to seek out probably the representative, and that at least someone from their delegation has been invited to this procedural as well. And if not, loop them in on our plan. But if they are, I'll just communicate that back and try and get a sense of where they're coming from in this.
All right. You arrive at a waiting room that's been set aside for them. They allow you in, and the representative says, your communication said you had some interest in coordination.
Right. Yeah. So we're going to be going for this big assembly and all, and answering some questions and such. And it feels like it's in the benefit of your people to have an idea of what's going on, how we're going to be talking through things and such, and vice versa, I suppose.
Have you had an opportunity to generally review the workings of this all Cassian Congress?
He says, we've done some research, and the general says, they are slaves to their own whims, it would seem.
Revere shrugs. Some cultures call it a parliament. But not so much being a slave to one's own whims as it is being a slave to everyone's whims. Anyway, I'm no political philosopher, but it is my belief and the captain's belief that we can use this system to your people's advantage. We are looking now into whether under Federation law, what's the name of this planet? Valis has certain requirements to at least temporarily assist your people, get them off of those ships and at least a little room to stretch and breathe fresh air again while all this is going on. But we have an idea that this particular hearing or session seems to be wide open for any subject or motion to be presented. And it seems to me, at least, that it can't really call itself an all-Cassian Congress unless all Cassians have representation. At the current point, you and your fellows do not have representation. So it seems to me one of the first things that should be brought up is electing and seeing that you are represented in this Congress. There seem to be several factions which might be looking for another faction to ally with in order to enhance their own power or position. This further has the advantage of potentially helping to delay things until Ambassador Starrick and the Fisher reaches orbit, putting both you and us in a far stronger position to negotiate for your peoples.
They seemed receptive to both ideas. The representative gives a couple of thoughts and ideas on how you can frame an argument to franchise the refugees, and the general has a couple of plans on how the transports could be offloaded in a unintrusive manner. Which of those would you like to focus on, as you probably don't have time to achieve both before the Congress meets?
Yes,
Unless,
but
of
you do have
course,
two
Could
people
we-
here.
the
Yeah.
specialist
Split and
throws in
each of
behind
us
you.
do- Yeah, I mean, we could split and have each of us go one way. There.
So, which of you aims to work with the representative to craft a motion for enfranchisement?
What does that role look like?
This is going to be presence plus command.
A very bad roll for me, I'll tell you.
And the other one?
This could be presence and command, or security, or medicine. Actually, I would take any department, and the department you choose is going to have some impact on the outcome. But the attribute is definitely presence, because you're forming an argument.
And my dump stat. I was hoping to assist with like logistics on the general's plan. Hopefully.
The logistics aren't that complicated. It's getting permission.
Okay.
That's why it's presence. Yeah, it's not. There's not a question of whether a general and with the assistance of Starfleet could reasonably unload transports. The question is, are you allowed to do it? Can you
Right, I was
convince
more
them to let you
thinking, like,
try?
where it's most, because logistics also has to do with locations a lot of the time. So I was thinking.
There is, if you don't feel, if you feel that the ops officer tries to help here and doesn't really succeed, but still tries to offer insight, I will allow a different role. This is accepting that the general has to do this on her own, but you may learn something from just participating.
No, I'll try to assist. The presence role. And since
He said he'd take any department, so maybe presence calm
yeah,
for you?
yeah, I think I can do presence.
Because this could be you
kind of,
formulating an argument about why it's dangerous to have these ships just sitting up
exactly.
in space
Yeah,
and
thinking
blocking
on the
traffic.
political perspective, kind of there.
All right, then as the lead, she will do present security. She has a focus. All right. She will spend some of her own resources for some extra die. So right now y'all are gaining 2 momentum.
Excellent.
And I'll take the chief's assist.
It is a bit weird to be Lieutenant Junior grade and outrank so many other characters.
Yeah. Oops, I was muted there. So focus in survival, maybe.
No.
All right.
The Congress is not threatened. Their survival is not threatened by these ships.
But the
so that it's
survival of
not.
people on the ships is threatened.
But you're the fact that they haven't already let them land means that that's not.
They're not super worried about it.
They're not worried about it. If they were worried about that, they wouldn't need you to convince them.
My other possibilities would be navigation, or I could potentially see atmospheric flight if these ships are
I'll
not
take
intended
atmospheric
for it.
flight
Okay.
because this is about space traffic control. They're
Yeah.
like literally in orbit above the capital city.
Wow. I'm not
Complication or
helpful
threat?
at all. I'll take a complication.
You look over the argument. This is actually good argument. They need to be able to land at some of the important space spaceports, or else how are you going to unload hundreds of thousands of people unless you let them unload right at spaceports that have that infrastructure?
Mhm.
She would like to spend that 2 momentum to create a trait. But that is up to
opposition?
y'all.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Actually, you may want to claw that back, so to speak, because we may want that to be. I just realized because our cat friend may want that for his did the readings thing. I don't know if you need that for your. So I think it's not an immediate spend. I think you can only spend momentum for that. 'Cause
Yeah,
you're doing your own
that's
roll.
Good call.
that's true. But what's she doing? What's she creating as far as the advantage?
Yeah. What would the scene trait be?
Or do we just not know and we have to trust it?
No, I'm thinking how to word it.
Cool.
Oh my god! I just realized we're on Philip K. Dick world.
Well, that's TOS for you. Just
Yeah, fair.
That's Winchester for you, really. Yeah, I played in his Thursday game.
She wants to spend to create the trait centralized refugees.
Oh, she wants to organize the refugees.
That actually sounds really useful.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. I'll figure out some way maybe to make some momentum before I do the spend.
Oh,
have the
if you need
doctor do
momentum, I can help
something.
with that.
Okay.
I've got Spirit of Discovery, so
All right. What does Revere do to help with the representative seeking
Am I
enfranchisement?
assisting or leading?
Your choice. The reason the chief of ops assisted is because they weren't confident in their ability to lead.
Fair enough. So
I think
yeah,
Seven will do that too.
what can you do for to get some momentum?
Yeah, so I can spend probably towards a mission directive, honestly, for Spirit of Discovery. I'd say probably 4 or 4, 1, or 2 might work, GM, for that, I feel like.
Actually, I don't think this is covered under the directives. Starfleet doesn't have a position on whether or not the refugees should be given enfranchisement, right?
But this is aiding the Casians.
Aid here refers to direct aid to refugees like food, water, space, not generally
Rights under the
pushing
law.
their political movements.
Cool. Well, actually, then, because those don't work, can I spend towards the value limits are there to be tested?
Yes, because
I'm pushing the envelope of our mission.
not only that, you have a trait here.
Yeah, I do need the wording on that trait, actually.
It was endless possibilities, no experience.
Yeah.
Because that's the vibe I was getting, is that
Oh yeah, no, that's
that
definitely
Griffin
it.
is not going to be restrained by all of these rules because she doesn't know them, and so they can't stop her.
That is how I'm playing her.
This sign can't stop me. I can't read.
Exactly.
I
So
don't
yeah,
even know what an
you can spend
octagon
that.
is.
You can spend that determination, so that generates 3 momentum plus 1 because you're human.
Yep. 4 momentum.
Well, cool. In that case, then
Oh
I'll.
yeah, Griffin and Inverni, they love to do this.
Yeah, we both have it. It's great.
Well, cool. So I will spend 1 then to fire did the reading. To use science for this role instead of command, because this is political science, and I'm a Cation, and Cations have all sorts of different kinds of governments, most of which are based on parliamentary things. And after a quick read over of the basic structure of the all Casian Congress, this is a
Yeah,
it's a fairly basic thing.
You can come up with the approach and then just plug it into the computer to get all of the specific parliamentary language and procedures.
Right.
That's not the important part. The important part is the actual speech where you try to convince people of things, not the motion to hear the member from the Starfleet ship.
Right. So this is presence role, you said?
This is presence science.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so what's my diff?
2.
2, I do have the trait budding parliamentarian.
Yeah, because what you're doing here is essentially creating a trait that'll be useful later.
Okay, so I can't spend budding. I can't use budding.
No, you can use it. What I'm saying is it's difficulty 2 because success here is creating a trait relevant to the other situation.
Okay, so but does budding parliamentarian give me a free hit there?
It does.
Okay, cool. So then I'm going to spend 1 more momentum for a 3rd die. I have a quote unquote focus. Not that it to be much good, but I hit it. Traits is kind of a new thing.
First, I'd had it as well, but it just wasn't pushed very hard. Two centers on a lot more.
Yeah.
There's a lot more
2
mechanics that
actually means
revolve
on
around
trains doing
I've just
stuff.
got to kick my brain more into Dune mode.
Yep.
You get the trait unification vote of 2189. There was language within that unification vote because this system is somewhat unusual in that there are 4 M-class planets. Only one of them seems to have originated this all Cassian Congress, and it was after the the advent of space travel. So the other planets were brought into this by diplomatic and political overtures, and all of the authorization for that came from this vote in 2189. And there's a lot of language here that's open enough for you to get to weasel in and repurpose it. Right? It doesn't say specifically, our envoy at large can treat with the people on planet X, right? To convince them to join, right? It says our ambassador to another group of recognized Casians can make offers to convince them to join, right? There's a lot of language that may or may not have been intentional at the time, but gives you a lot of wiggle room to repurpose it here.
Okay, excellent. And if I'm remembering the faction layout right, okay, you've got Coalition for Progress, which is a majority. You've got democracy. But democracy is being kept out of power by the alliance between the unaligned parties and the Casian Way, right?
They're being kept out of the minority leadership, yes. So what power they should have under normal operation, they are being denied, which is not a lot of power, but it's like the small bit of power they could get their hands on, right? There are certain parliamentary procedures that are reserved for the minority leadership, and that's being denied to them by by procedural votes that the unaligned parties and the Cassian Way cooperate on. It's literally the only thing they cooperate on. Like they'll have fierce debate about how the government's run, and it'll become up. Democracy will put forth the motion. We want our leader to have the rights of the minority leader, and then all of a sudden, these two parties, which generally don't get along, will vote together to say no. And it's never a question of who's going to get it, right? There's no debate over whether the minority leadership is going to go to the unaligned parties or the Cassian Way. They seem to have unified around it always going to the unified unaligned parties. And you get the sense that's not done because for any other reason than to eliminate the possibility of discord between this temporary alliance. They don't seem to care who gets it so long as democracy doesn't.
What's their deal with democracy? Why don't they like democracy?
That's a momentum spent.
Anybody mind?
Go ahead. We need to know, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I gave momentum for a reason.
Democracy has a lot of very intense solutions for minor problems, and every problem they're interested in solving seems like a non-issue or a manufactured issue in the opinion of the unaligned parties. Like this is not you actually getting to the bottom of it. This is you looking at what they're saying about each other. The unaligned parties seem to think that democracy makes things up and then uses that to attack other issues. Like they never say, we have a problem with dilithium mining on this moon. They say, this moon was never given to these people. These people have stolen it from the All Cassian Congress, right? It's communal property. So they they attack the colonists of that moon personally, and then they use that victory to rescind the dilithium mining, right? They never actually engage in a debate on whether dilithium mining should be on this planet.
Okay.
That's the accusation, is that they manufacture issues to get what they want.
So representation based on population numbers in the Congress?
Yes, one representative for every 50,000 people.
Okay, so are the refugees any kind of a block potentially?
No, if every one of them was given the franchise, which not due to age,
Right.
they wouldn't be all eligible. They would muster something like 10 or 15 votes.
Okay.
Compared to the smallest major player here is Cassian Way,
Mm-hmm.
and they have like 8,000 seats. Because you're talking about population of over 1 billion.
Right.
Now there are tons of small parties within Coalition for Progress and the unaligned parties that are smaller than that,
Right.
smaller than 15 or even 10. There are a couple of parties that literally have one representative, right? There's
Right.
some little farming colony on one of the worlds that's not near or close to anything, and they have their one person they send. All they care about is issues for their farming community, and so they send that one person. They don't join up with any other party, and so in that sense they would have some pull if they were in one of the parties for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But in an instant, give them the franchise, no, they would have no significant impact because there's too few of them, and too large of the population is already enfranchised.
So there's no two factions that are so close where their 10 to 15 votes would swing things one way or another.
Not outside of the coalition parties.
Okay.
Inside the coalition parties, maybe, but that's too obscure for you to get a good
Right.
idea of without meeting with those people.
Okay, but we think we've got a route to say, hey, these people have the franchise under the unification vote of 2189. They have the right to be considered for franchise.
You have a good argument for it.
Okay.
It's still, that argument still has to be made.
Right, but we've got the basis for it.
Yes.
Cool beans.
All right. The two of you together can give me insight, security, difficulty opposed. You are the attackers here. Someone's doing something maybe you're wary enough to notice.
I got a 10 rolling there.
I've got a 12, so I can
Okay.
lead this, I guess. Winchester, I presume I don't have a focus here. Like, probably not.
I will let you use a focus. I'm not going to tell you which one because it would reveal too much. But
Understood.
the cost is I'm going to increase the complication range because it's tangentially related.
I'll take that, yeah. I have a focus. I'm really curious what it is.
Do you have a security higher than 1? Okay,
Yeah, I have
you do.
security
Okay.
3.
So are you leading or are you assisting?
I'm leading.
Okay. Any questions about focuses from you, Revere?
I mean, given that we're blind on focuses, you might as well ask.
Revere does not have one relevant.
Would endless possibilities, no experience cut against me here?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's going to stack with another trait. Actually, it's going to stack with so that trait's going to give them a free hit.
Uh-huh.
They're going to get another 3 free hits from other traits, but a 4th trait is going to bring that back down. So they should be 4 up. They're only 3 up.
Okay. Would Revere's parliamentarian cut back down at all?
No.
Okay.
This is not related to that.
And then how about renowned Starfleet crew or brazen from me?
Brazen will help you. That'll bring it down to them +2.
Okay. I will buy up to 4 dice using 1 momentum and 2 threat.
There we go.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
just 1 threat.
hold on. Let me
1 threat
roll for
momentum.
them first, because that's how we should do this.
That's how we should. That's your right.
Back then, because you might not spend that.
Yeah.
They're gonna spend 6 threat.
Full
because
mittens.
they want to be secretive.
They're doing what I would do.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's 7.
That's 5 hits.
They rolled 4 and they had an advantage of 2.
So effectively
6.
6 hits.
So
Okay.
you need to get 6 because you're the attacker.
All right. Well, at that point, I might as well just full buy for 5 dice with Brett. So I will buy back 6.
All right.
Do you mean 1 momentum 5 threat?
No, I mean I'm gonna spend 6 threat because if I'm spending that much, I kind of feel like the 1 momentum doesn't make a huge difference.
Yeah.
And we might be better saved. All right. That's 3 so far.
Look, yeah. Let's see Revere's assist, because that may take you from halfway there to 1 short.
Mm-hmm.
But probably not. So.
Wow, no confidence indication. I see how it is.
All he's got to do is roll a 1.
5% chance. Dang.
So that's you need 2 more hits.
Yeah, and I spent my determination already.
That's a good thing. Let me look at your.
I should have led then.
Also, a throw out there, you may want to consider. Oh, wait, is that a thing in this game? Challenging a directive. Whoa, what are you doing, phone? Why did that happen?
I don't know if
I'd have to double check. Yes, challenging a directive is because it's still a rep hit, I think.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to double check that real quick, but. Yeah, challenging one of the directives is the reputation influences didn't change between editions.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Yeah, so you could, for a negative reputation for reprimand,
I mean,
you could challenge a directive. I'd have to
Yeah.
double check if there is a relevant one.
Yeah, I'm looking. And
I'm the one I might throw a flyer at is like 2 because it's like
Yeah, I was looking
you
at
might
2
be
as well.
not asking for permission to be extra careful, or you're not
Exactly.
man to
Yeah.
break something.
I'm using brazen as a trait
Yeah.
on this roll. I'm just kind of charging ahead.
There is a directive that will work. I'm not going to tell it to you unless you can ask for any of them, and I'll tell you. But if you rely on me,
Yeah.
I know which one will work, and I'm not going to tell you unless you succeed.
Got it. I feel like one is kind of not challengeable here. So it'd be probably 2 or 3. But I think I'd challenge 2. Again, because of the brazen argument, like I don't think I'm considering the directive particularly relevant.
That's not it, so I'll just take it and tell you what it is after you succeed, if you succeed. That's
Right,
not the one
so
that's relevant.
I'm challenging a directive, but it's not that one.
You are challenging a directive, and if you succeed, I'll tell you which one you challenged.
Cool. So
challenging doesn't matter anyway because you don't get it till after the roll.
Oh.
I just remembered. It's like, oh yeah, we don't. When you challenge, you get it after.
No, you have to resolve this roll to get that determination.
Yeah. Hey, you get a determination out of this though, so there's that.
Yeah, which
cool.
you
So I'm
might want
challenging
in the
a
future.
directive, and I have a determination, but I can't use it right now. I'll check and see if I have.
If you have a determination, there are definitely directives to spend to.
Oh no, I'm saying I will get a determination from that challenge, but I don't have it for rerolling right now. For rerolling those 2. I'm checking to see if I have any logs that do anything.
None of it would matter. You can't. There's no way to get determination for a roll during that roll.
Yeah.
You get it after the roll is resolved. So if you want a determination for future stuff, there is a couple of opportunities here, but there's nothing that's going to get you one here unless you have a talent that is doing something for you.
I do not. So we do not succeed on this roll.
Did you still want to challenge for the future determination?
You might need it later, especially for generating spirited discovery stuff, or just regular spells.
I'll keep it. I'll keep that challenge because.
All right, write down that you have an unidentified challenge and to ask me after the episode.
All right.
And yeah, you get a point of determination. You have done something that well, in your attempt to try to notice something out of the ordinary in this room, you don't really pick up on what it is, and your failure to pick up on it is noted in Starfleet's report about this situation. That you should have that you are in a position to know it, and you should have known better.
It's almost like I have no experience or something.
Hey, you're a chief. Don't be making the chiefs look bad. You get this. Well, okay, we don't get our own special mess hall. Our ship's too big, too small. But in the bigger ones, we get our own room.
Yes, you're right. I got this through primarily combat experience of flying small ships.
All right.
I'm an engineer doing politics. What are you bitching about?
Hey, you went to the academy. We went to the technical school. There's a difference, darn you.
What's the doctor doing while the
doctor is trying to get a handle on this whole 700,000 refugees situation, like medically speaking. The fact that that they're gonna have to handle all these refugees, what's that going to look like? And maybe if I'm lucky, I'll stumble upon something in the legalities of Federation medical procedure that will be helpful.
All of those are good. I will let you run down any of them, but they're all separate roles. So to recapitulate, one thing you can do is try to find out how you can get actually you can look into what you need to do to help them. You can try to get helping them started before you even know what you need to do. You know enough as a medical officer to know you need to help them. So
Mhm.
you can work first on getting the facilities to do that before you actually figure out what needs to be done, right? Because anyway you slice this, you need a functioning med bay. You know which sensors you're going to need. It doesn't really matter if you need to do mass vaccinations or if you need to do a lot
Yeah,
of routine
there's a
medical work.
yeah, there's a baseline that we need that we don't even have.
Yeah.
So doing any
So,
further discussion would be putting the cart before the horse.
well, that is, you can either look into what they do need, set up a solution before you figure out what's specifically needed, or look into what medical laws are pertinent in the Federation. You'd want to choose one of those three things. And maybe you can use momentum to ask questions about the others after success, but you definitely want to pick one of those to focus on.
Does the commander have a preference?
I'm sorry. I just got back. Preference between what are the two options?
There are three. One is to pursue like the legal rabbit hole of, well, what is Federation like medical ethics and
Mm-hmm.
legal precedent in medicine say about this. Um, B, um, I think it was try to set up like baseline medical facilities that are going to be needed no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Or 3, um, try to do research and figure out what the specific medical requirements are going to be before we even set up medical facilities.
All right, go with the first one because I don't know how difficult the argument to convince them is going to be. So, establishing a firm legal basis and what care is legally required to give is the most important.
You give that to Tweer and says, "All right, I'm a doctor, not a lawyer, but I'll give it my best go."
All right, this is going to be insight medicine. This is going to be difficulty 4 because there is a provision. It is so rarely invoked as to be something that's, you know, your lieutenant commander or commander serving on a constitution might have seen this happen once, but your doctor who's not too long out of medical school serving on an Andromeda probably has never heard of this regulation.
Hmm.
Or he did, and it was nowhere near as important as the other things he was trying to learn to get through medical school.
Right. It's the thing that he was taught and was also told in about the same breath, you're never going to have to deal with this. Um just reading my stuff. No, none of that's really going to help. I don't think any of my traits are going to come into play. Don't go too close to would my value, the canary in the coal mine, come into play? Or any of the mission direct?
Um,
have to look at the
Yes,
short.
Canary in the Coal Mine would it is related to the authority, the law here.
Okay, I will consider that. I also do want to see if there is a relevant directive, because it's always better to spend a directive if you can.
Not here, because you can because your progression is entirely tied to your spending values. It's not a thing that I decide anymore.
Oh, okay. Huh.
In fact, you've used Canary in the Coal Mine before, haven't you?
Right. No, but in terms of reputation, don't you only get reputation for?
You get a reputation
Uh,
buff from
Yeah,
directives, but you don't advance as a character unless you use your you keep using the
values.
same values.
So the way to say it is they both have a place, but it's no longer the case that you only get character upgrades when I say the arc has resolved, right? You get character upgrades as you
Cool.
use your own values, and there's a mechanic behind it. It's not on the decision of the GM. It's on how often you use
Okay.
them.
And you said it's diff 4.
It is diff 4, yes. You could use Canary in the Coal Mine. I would also accept I would accept Directive 4, and you could challenge Directive 2 if you wanted.
I'm just gonna stick with the plinking the value. I am going to spend a momentum into threat. So I'll be rolling 3 dice.
You'll actually only roll 2, as the determination is going to count as your first.
Well, I said I'm spending 1 momentum to threat.
To buy 4. Oh, to buy 4.
4 dice.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Cool. Didn't
That is
even need the
5
reroll.
successes. You gain a momentum. Yes. In a situation in which there is a medical crisis which outstrips your capacity to engage 10th Fleet Command, you have authority granted by the Federation Council to assume authority over medical crises. You can't become dictator of a planet by saying there's a medical crisis, now everybody do what I say. But you can say this needs to be done and here's the medical reason. And if someone says no, you can say, Captain, on my authority as a medical officer, and the fact that we cannot get a quick enough answer from 10th Fleet Command, this is what needs to be done. And Solaris is bound by law to say, all right, I'm using the starship to enforce that.
Okay.
It's going to be something like General Medical Order 5 or something, right?
Mhm.
If the CMO, if you're the CMO, you're the only medical authority nearby, and there's a medical issue which threatens an entire planet. There are some legal authorities you can usurp.
Okay. Commander, I may have something.
Yes.
May I present to you? And he sets one of those big, bulky TOS style pads down on the table. Starfleet's Medical Order 9. It is a medical order that gives the doctor of a Starfleet vessel the ability to put forth matters of medical emergencies to the captain, that the captain will be legally required to enforce. However, there are a number of stipulations, a number of very unique stipulations that, by pure happenstance, we happen to fulfill.
Understood.
And needless to say, I would say that a ship full of 700,000 refugees that have not properly been medically cataloged, um, and only one small Archer class vessel in order to render such aid is quite ripe for a possible medical emergency.
I would be quite inclined to agree. Very well. Continue along this track. We will present this evidence to the council, and I believe they will be forced to accept. Good work, Doctor.
Indeed, I will say, if I may have your permission, I should begin making preparations to set up basic medical facilities. We don't know the specific requirements that they are going to have, or I could look into the specific requirements and see if there is indeed such a specific medical emergency. But that could also backfire.
Begin
I
looking
again
into
leave
it.
it to your discretion, Commander.
Yes, begin looking into it, and we will proceed once we receive more information about their exact medical needs.
All right. What does Aratana spend the time before the first council meeting doing?
So a minor flashback I'm thinking here is that while the doctor's looking all this stuff up, Aratana would have requested permission to from the captain to.
I think that's it for Dr. Tweer for now, because I assume that was just the one task.
Yes. Yeah. We're
and
looking
then-
into what Aratana's doing.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
I don't think he can hear us. Oh, okay.
Can you hear us?
Now I can hear you.
Okay.
Oh, you guys talking?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
talked
we
right over me.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'll get my vengeance yet later.
So yeah, I mean, whatever
you
you're
get your
doing,
vengeance Monday.
whatever you do plan on doing would have happened simultaneously with
Yeah.
Everything else,
But yeah, I would have asked the captain's permission to head off and do my own thing because I think that she's safe. I don't think she's in a current security threat right now, so I don't think you need my personal protection yet, as far as I'm aware.
Nope.
And you have a Type 2
Yeah.
phaser, and you know how to use it, so.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not going to murder a sitting Starfleet officer. Go off and do whatever you need to get done.
And Aratana's intention is to go around and chat up, his best to chat up with some of the local security forces or people in the Colonial Security Service here, or their equivalent. The ultimate aim that he's getting at is he's trying to drill at basically digging up dirt on Bonaparte and trying to find out, specifically trying to find out in a very somewhat chummy way, like just asking kind of casually, like, oh yeah, back in my world, we did this, that, and the other, and what about you? You must have had a situation sort of like this. Basically trying to dig at if he's used excessive force like this before, if he's overstepped his authority and utilized their security forces like this. And the reason for this is to undermine him, because I imagine he's going to be our greatest opposition, our antagonist in the Congress, and I'm trying to pull up arguments of, yeah, I'm not so sure you guys should be listening to him because he's done this, he's imperiled your world before, he's not as trustworthy as he thinks, as you think he should be.
Normally, this should be an extended task, but I'll let you take a shot at if you want to do it all in one go at a more difficult shot. The reason the difficulty is going to be high and it might normally turn into an extended task is the people you want to ask don't want to tell you, but there are other things you can do through observation, through investigation of computer records, doing some good old-fashioned sleuthing could turn up the answer, but questioning those people is the hardest approach because they don't want to tell you, which in itself is relevant information.
Yeah.
That's why I suggest maybe instead of waiting to finish an extended task, you may want to try to get a little bit of information and then come to a quick conclusion.
Yeah, something that's at least something that's actionable for the captain to use later. It's like, here's evidence of this sort of thing. Like if I can get it from the
Right.
records, that's awesome. I just didn't know how much of it I was going to be able to pull from their databases.
Some of it, but then I'm also imagine some of this is observation, some of it is talking to a few people and then talking to some people from another faction that's actually willing to talk. And then taking what you learned from them and looking at specific records rather than just a generalized search, right?
Right.
You, instead of looking through every incident, go ask someone who was pissed off by them once about a specific incident and then look that incident up. It's a much faster way, right? It's just talking to the security forces. You seem to get nowhere.
Right. Well, that's good. That's worrying, but expected. In a
So
way.
I'm gonna spend 2 for the. Actually, I'm gonna spend 4. That's going to reveal the fact Artana is worried about. Disloyal security forces. The security forces are loyal to something else more than the state.
Uh-oh.
And then I'm going to spend. So I'm going to treat this like a difficulty 0 because mostly you're going to want to ask questions. So the reveal has brought it up to.
I'd be willing
has
to.
made this into an actual task.
Well, actually, I might. This has hurt me, unfortunately. I was hoping to create a trait out of this, so I think the diff might be higher. Because I was hoping to give a trait to the captain to use later.
Okay, then the diff would be 2. This is going to. The reveal is going to bring it to 3. And then spend the 2 more that I had on the table to create the trait Service of Silence.
What?
And then I'm going to spend another one. This brings it up to diff 4. This
so glad you decided to
is
look
this is over eager opposition. The opposition is eager to paint them in ways that might not be accurate. Even if they have done something, it doesn't help you for the opposition to speak in hyperbole, right?
Yeah, it's like I need actual information, not horror stories.
Yeah, they blocked off a shipment to this world once over a political issue. No, that doesn't technically qualify as genocide because they stopped a shipment of grain for like 12 hours once. Stop saying that.
Like I'm wasting my time looking that up. Stop telling me stuff like that. Okay. So my plan is here as well is part of this as well is to words. I'm trying to create this trait in the sense of creating a strategy to feed the captain with. It's like if he, because it's like building this in, and like if he, because I assume he's gonna do something. I'm like, the minute he says something, here's a shot in the chamber. You can use this to shut him up, or at least get him to slow down, because he has to now answer that charge. The reason I'm bringing that up is I'm hoping Grand Kite Order might fire if I get this roll. I don't think Calto works because that's, one, I've been using that too much, and I shouldn't be. And two, I don't think I'm being quite that political. I'm being a little more down and dirty about stuff. It's not as elegant as a Calto play. If you're okay with that, I just wanted to make sure how clear I was on how if that worked.
I think I would say no, only because that borders on the reading of Grand Kite Order of Tactics becoming that it represents some plan of action rather than the specific security connotation that strategy and tactics
I'm thinking of it more in a
implies.
law enforcement sort of thing. It's a I'm giving you the lawyer. Here's a way to discredit him, and I'm finding evidence. I'm investigating this guy to give you something to use later. He may never talk, and if he doesn't, no, I just wasted your time. This strategy might help you. That's why it's far less political as well. It's more of a law enforcement trick to get him. But yeah, it may not fall under Grand Kite Order. There might be a different decoration or a different sort of commendation, a more legal ease thing than a tactics medal.
Yeah, I think that's going to fall closer to like the palm leaf of peace.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't want that to become a replacement for like plan of action or something.
The trait.
If you were trying to like find a way to keep soldiers in barracks,
No.
or trying to keep him from getting to a command post or something, that I would take. But trying to outmaneuver him in a parliamentarian setting, I think, is too broad.
Respected Starfleet crew in the sense that there are people who are willing to tell me stuff.
Yes.
Mental discipline wouldn't matter. That wouldn't matter. I'll reach. Constantly watching for a reroll. Because maybe he's not an enemy. Maybe he's not actually as dangerous as I think.
What's the? Give me the text again.
You may reroll 1d20 on any task attempted to locate a hidden enemy or danger. Because the first half of constantly watching is for making you go first, yes. But there's the second half as well.
I will take that.
Whew, okay. Good golly. This is so worth throwing my dice at. I am going to try, and then after that, would you say this is insight security for what I'm trying to do?
Yes.
Sure, I can't push up my way at it. Do some chin ups, maybe. Okay. And could I possibly spend toward the value the frontier doesn't suffer fools, in the sense that I know that out in the frontier things work differently, and I'm like, I know how a guy like this might do stuff, and I'm one of him. I know that you're gonna pull some crap, and I'm sure you've done something. If you've done this once, you've done it before.
Not here, because while they are on the frontier, and some of that you saw last week, here, this actually on the world, their parliament and their way of government dwarfs anything you've ever taken part of, and is much more coreward than anything you've ever experienced out here. Like, they, as far as how you deal with them in a
well, I'm more thinking specifically about Bonaparte himself and his conduct, because I'm trying to nail him for excessive force. Like, he's done excessive force once. I'm sure he's done this before, and sort of argument. Like, I'm trying to get him up as having a pattern of misconduct.
In that case, yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, I'm saying for the parliamentary thing, I'd be crushed.
He's doing stuff. He is doing stuff that you can really only get away with out on the rim. It's just some of the stuff he's doing, normally there aren't colonies on the frontier big enough to support someone doing this kind of stuff.
And it's a difficulty what currently?
4.
4. I might want to just buy the 2 now and try to get the other 2. Because re-rolling isn't as big a deal. I just need numbers. So I'll spend it up front to get a 2.
Okay.
And I'm gonna call back to the log from last episode, because this is me trying to outmaneuver Bonaparte again. It's no, I played this game too. I know how this works, and I'm doing it to you again.
Yes, that's fine.
So that determination comes back. Hooray! Later, so I don't get a free roll here. Have the fulment of threat. I only get 4 dice for that, so you get 6. Duh. Wow, I overkilled that. I didn't. Well, at least I generated momentum.
You gain 2 momentum.
God darn it. Did we say yes on constantly watching?
Yes.
I'll reroll that 0, just the fish, because I might as well. What am I doing? Why am I doing this the hard way? Doop. Ah, well. At least I got it. God. For this trait, could I increase its potency at all to make it to find something especially damaging by spending momentum? Or more evidence on that case, better way to put it.
Yes.
I believe that's 2 off the top of my head. I'll double check so I'm not cheating. I'm pretty sure it's 2.
Yeah, it's 2.
Oh, hooray.
So you've created the trait anti-Bonaparte talking points 2.
Yeah, by the end, that's when I'll return with a pad of my own, with a looking thoroughly annoyed and irritated for Vulcan anyway, sitting down eventually like, I'm very sick and tired of running around talking to people sort of look. Like I had a much harder time of this than I thought I was going to.
And that leaves the captain. You have a couple of hours before being called in front of an arena-sized gathering of parliamentarians.
Yeah, so I want to structure. I want to prepare. I want to go over the questions they're most likely to ask me and have answers ready for them. And I want to coalesce all the different things my team are finding into an argument for the delay of proceedings and the admission of the Cassian refugees into the body.
All right, give me presence command, difficulty 2.
Okay. A focus of rhetoric, considering how I
Yes.
frame my argument. Yep. Okay. Okay. I'll take a momentum.
All right.
And I'll
Gain
make
2.
2 back.
And you gain the trait prepared remarks.
Okay.
Right.
As I have the most boring job out of everyone here, which is just sitting at a computer and typing out my thoughts in between, I don't know, watching previous proceedings and trying to figure out what's most likely to happen.
Cassian C-SPAN. Oh my. Fast forward. Yes.
What do you think the C stands for?
Cassian span.
That's really stupid.
And for those watching my side of it here, this is a lot of how recording you really would have to do. Like, your logs can be this short, and as long as you know what's going on, it's easy to call back to. I think. I kind of like, but. This is the first time I've ever done logs, because I haven't been a player that had to worry about logs before. Oh no, I have been. They weren't as detailed as this.
I come from the Klingon games. I know of logs.
You merely adopted the logs. I was raised by it,
Oh, here
molded
we
by
go.
it.
Forward to it, molded by it.
I didn't
I
see
know
the
there's a
start
joke about the
until I was
forest and the
already a
trees here
man.
somewhere. I just don't know where it is.
That's pretty good. Eh, hello.
Hello.
Okay, just checking.
I think we're just waiting on Winchester.
Yeah. Oh, that's an okay ping. Yeah, I do like having to trying to find ways to circle back on your own values to try to connect a sort of ongoing narrative of your character, like trying to figure out why your character got better. Because that's the Klingon game did too. It tried to make you connect them into each other.
No, I think it's it's a little bit finicky, but it's a very cool system because it makes you actually think. It's not a D&D, oh, you killed a monster, you get 25 XP.
Yeah.
It's all based off of drama and character growth, which is fun.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much the Klingon system. I mean, it's which was also the system they introduced in the tricorder pack.
This session is going to turn out to be pretty long. Who is present for it?
Hello.
Sending the captain.
Hello.
The doctor's going to be there.
Well, I mean, do you mean in character or out of character?
In character. You can't be there out of character. That would be. I can't describe how impossible that is.
Are you saying the game is going to go long, or the?
That's what.
No! I'm saying.
Dual uses of
You said session. I'm like, are we talking about the game
the session of
or the
Parliament is going to go long.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's what I was confused about.
Nowhere safe to put my thing.
You can see how I made that mistake.
Yes, so Revere's there.
Although I will again ask the commander, would you rather me be like working on the prep for the refugees? Cause that's some logistics that
I leave it up to your discretion, Doctor. Your medical opinions may be requested here, but I know you are needed elsewhere, so I leave it up to your choice.
And I will rejoin the captain and fill her in on the unification vote of 2189.
I've got an idea. I have like the perfect idea. Would I be able to provide some kind of documentation to the commander,
If no,
like
okay. Well, let me rephrase
indicating?
this. If you are doing anything that directly helps the commander as being a providing information or anything, that's you being part of the parliamentary session.
Okay.
The question is, are you not doing that? Are you somewhere off doing something else? Are you not directly helping the commander?
I guess I'm gonna have to directly help the commander then, because
Okay.
Fiddlesticks.
there's no way I can because I in order to give the commander the thing that the commander will need from the medical side of things, I have to I as the doctor have to say a thing.
So, Chief of Security, Chief Ops Specialist,
I'll be there.
Chief of Security.
Yeah, I'll be there because I'll have to testify about what I learned about the Bonaparte if it comes up.
I thought you were preparing the commander to do that.
I was, but I thought, but that information required us to be there if we were giving the commander that
No.
buff.
Anything you've already done, commander has access to. Do you need to be sitting there to help them further, or are you off doing something else, leaving them with just what you've already given? Like the doctor's saying, he has to be there because if he wants to, if the information he's given the commander is to be useful, he has to be there to start the process. Yes, that's not true for you, and you're not planning on being the one actually talking to Parliament, right? You're planning on the commander doing that, so you don't actually need to be there for your stuff to be useful.
I'm going to, unless for some reason you want my particular security expertise, but frankly you're better at this talking stuff than I am. I'm going to be meandering around the facility for just maintaining security of the venue for the away team. Just like I'll walk around, I'll work with local security because I'm actually worse yet. I'm going to be keeping an eye on. I'm going to contact the ship to request sensor support because I am worried about the safety and security of the away team, and I want their assistance because I don't want to straight out say over open comms that something suspicious is going on. But I'll be trying to make sure no one's getting the jump on us at least.
Sounds good.
If we're there, are we going to have the opportunity to support the captain or nay?
Yes, if you're here, you have the opportunity to help on rolls.
Okay.
I've probably done the most help I probably could do. That's why I'm like, I'm better off being your gun arm to keep you from being jumped.
Well, maybe my budding parliamentarian will come in handy.
Oh God, it is C-SPAN. I was joking earlier. Look, the vote tabulation showing up on screen. Oh no.
You can bring your tokens out.
If you dare. New scene, I assume?
Yes, new scene.
I assume we're sure right here.
Which helps with. Does the did the reading fire increase in cost in the same scene or no? Am I screwing that up?
What do you mean?
I was wondering because I think Revere's power. I think that power is like it ticks up every time you use it if it's in the same scene. That's why I was calling out scene change.
Yeah, it reboots. Like the slate gets wiped clean with a new scene.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I'm glad I'm calling it out then. So I was like, I think that helps one of us for that to happen.
Yep.
Couldn't remember
That's
who.
the way it works too.
So few chairs.
Right. See, once again, it falls to the engineers to solve things.
No seat for the doctor or the bird. The bird. They're both the same person.
The seat right there.
Someone's not getting the seat. I'm guessing it's not the. I think the enlisted is going to be standing. As typical.
Hang on.
Tiny bird.
Little bird.
parakeet.
If you wanted chair privileges, you should have gotten a commission.
He's the canary. Whoa. Whoa.
Damn. Okay.
Whoops, we're just going to run into
Baru to get that chair.
Well, I'm glad that the doctor's here because I think someone's just been murdered.
Oh my god, get out.
Burn would have been
Yeah.
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 Paging Dr. Beat.
So,
Emergency.
Oh no, getting
God.
away with that. Listen to that for months. Oh.
Majority Leader Vivek Savar will open this. He's going to spend determination on Voice of the People. And he's going to spend 3 from his own pool. So he is going to actually end up spending 6 from his own pool. 3 for determination, 3 for dice. You gain 4 momentum, and equally, the opposition is going to gain 4 threat because he's on no one's side at the moment. So he lays out the topics for debate and what is expected of everybody, who will get what time to speak, why y'all have been summoned, right? Because you're experts in this particular issue, what the issue is, and he kind of goes on. But, you know, he does explicitly call out how each of you are going to get time, and each of you are going to get to bring your own motions forward, which kind of bolsters you, but it bolsters them as well. Strategos Bonaparte is going to go next, which is going to cost me 2 threat. Because of constantly watching. Well, I take it back. No, I'm going to count you as these as the same scene. So
Does this count as an action scene for the purposes of no hesitation?
yes, it does.
Oh.
So I could take the first turn.
You could,
don't
and
know
that
what I
doesn't
do
change what
with
he's
it.
already spent for. He's
Okay.
already decided to go. He's already paid the penalty, but you can use no hesitation to usurp it.
If anyone has an idea, I'll humor it, but I just thought I should put it out there. I don't actually have
No,
an
that's
idea,
funny
though.
as hell.
Yeah, like I could step up and say something.
Yeah, it would have to be you.
Absolutely.
It's not
Yeah,
that
it has
you
to
get
be
to keep it for
me
the team.
personally.
Right.
This is you seeing Bonaparte has like just submitted a request to speak first, and it's about to get approved, and like you quickly hit the parliamentary button that's like, we request time and it's urgent, please give us the vote.
Yeah.
like you know the specific words to say to like that you have a motion which supersedes his talking point, right? Your motion needs to be heard before he can talk. But you don't have time to tell the captain that, right?
Hold on a second. What? I'm trying to find determination in the book. Does that give you an instant?
This is not determination.
Action.
This is no hesitation, which is a talent.
Yeah, this is. I have no hesitation, which allows me to spend 1 threat.
Right. Yeah, I know. I was just. Never mind.
That yes, there are 3 specific things determination allows you to do. I don't think an extra turn was one of them.
Used to be, I think.
Yeah, we don't have that anymore, I think.
Okay.
You can create a trait, you can re-roll dice, or you can buy a dice.
You can also buy it. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can buy a talent.
Oh yeah, you can buy a talent for the rest of the scene.
Right.
Yeah, cool. Found it.
So, I guess from my being present with the refugees and Revere, do I know if it would be effective for me to try and put forward?
I'm not gonna
the advertising?
I'm not gonna help you. You can either use the
All
talent or
right,
not.
cool. Yeah, no, I'm gonna slam that button.
All right.
So take the threat.
So yeah, Griffin sees the votes coming in, the perfunctory vote from the 4 party leaders that's going to give Bonaparte authority to speak first, and you hit a button that says you have a motion that must be heard now, because motions come before speeches, like motions on questions of parliamentary activity, right?
Point of order.
You have a point of order. You have a point of order which has to come first.
Right.
So it's not super helpful in that it's not going to let you make a huge speech, but you have the floor.
Cool.
You step up. There are like this is a massively important thing. People have been flying from other planets desperately to get here for this. There are, out of like the 70,000 seats, there are like 68,000 representatives here.
Yeah, Solaris, like when you hit that button, Solaris looks at you with like a very like what the F face, because she did not plan for you to do this, and so she's no idea what you're about to say.
Probably have to reach across you guys to hit the button, like slam, like what the?
Oh yeah, no,
I
like
didn't know
I
that pant
dove
was
for
there.
this button. I probably dove for this, possibly physically. What are you doing?
Oh,
This is not at the start of the scene. This is at the start of any round in an action scene. You can just keep doing this every round.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. That's amazing.
Yeah. Great.
That's silly.
So yeah, I lunge for it and I say, if I may put forward to the assembly of all of you gathered here today, I think is incredibly important that she like looks at notes, doesn't read them, doesn't have time, that the refugees from the Cassian species who were taken by the Klingons be given representation before all other matters are addressed. Hesitates for a moment.
As the
Revere will cough and say, "Unification vote is 2189."
As per the
as the all Cassian Congress descends into chaos as several members yell back and forth like this is a motion, this is not a point of order, but some are like no, the question of whether members should be seated or not is a point of order, not a motion. And you're pointing out that these are technically members who've not been accepted yet, rather than people who've never had any place here. So this will be
Guess you have a lot of momentum.
Oh my God.
difficulty say normally of 1, but you're unfamiliar with a lot of the procedures here, so 2. They don't particularly trust you because you have no reputation as far as parliamentary activity goes, so that's 3. And 4, there's a natural resistance towards solving this question. So you're looking at a diff 4 before I consider traits.
Cool. Endless possibilities, no experience. I could see it cutting either way here.
No, that's going to help you. This
Okay.
is something entirely that someone who knew how this works would not have done.
Would not do, yes.
And that would have been for the worse because it could work.
Yeah. I'd also like the trait of brazen here.
Yes. So you're down to 2. Unification vote of 2189 is going to bring you down to 1.
Cool.
Incredible.
Um,
Any way that Revere's budding parliamentarian can help?
no, because you would have to be the
Right.
you'd have to be the
Right.
one.
Yeah.
You could sacrifice your action to assist here and bring that in.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like Revere is rapidly tapping on a pad, like with highlights and bold letters to outline the important talking points, and
Yeah, like I want to
Yeah.
say maybe I like put this on, step forward, and started talking, and then you're the one actually feeding the information in.
Right.
Like, did
Yeah.
you just grab an empty pad? Oh dear God, you grabbed an empty pad.
Yes,
Oh God.
I did.
All right.
Uh,
I'm going to spend 4 for a reveal. None of the major parties are interested in helping you. Diff is going to go up to 2. Although some of them aren't necessarily opposed to you or this problem, none of them actively have an interest in solving it.
all right. So we're at 2. Fascinating. What's the attribute discipline here for this role?
This sounds like presence command. This is entirely on. You're mostly going off of your force of will to pull this off as a motion that needs to be heard, right? Your argument's not so much relevant as you are just confident enough to keep speaking and be loud and authoritative, and that might actually work.
Okay, I think that makes sense. I might
Human
ask if
what's
daring could also work, since it was specifically my like quick-wittedness and ability to jump into this moment that got the opportunity. Since like no hesitation is a daring challenge.
Now, daring would have been if you actually had to physically do something, but this is force of personality that's driving this.
Okay. Got it.
This is where it's good that you have that determination in your back pocket.
Yep, because I'm not rolling a 9. I'd be rolling a 9 here, so I'm spending my determination. Let's see. What do I have that I can spend towards? It's gonna have to be a directive, I think.
And the diff is currently 2.
Diff is 2. Yeah.
Okay.
I think you previously said the directive 4 wouldn't work for.
No, that's specifically about the aid and comfort given to refugees, not solving the problem in general.
Okay.
I would take limits are there to be tested.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can spend
because
that. I am definitely doing
you
that.
have no position to speak. You're
Yeah.
You're junior enlisted on a mission, on a Starfleet mission. You weren't invited here to speak as Griffin. You're here as an assistant to
primarily.
the commander who was invited,
Yeah.
right? So there's nothing that says you're allowed to do this. You've just done it and signed if you could get away with it.
Cool. Yeah, I'll take limits are there to be tested then. Spend a determination towards that. I have 2 hits. I will be checking for comps. I do not have a focus. 1.
Okay. Can I argue for reason command, since I'm like feeding the hard data to?
Yes.
Okay. I do not, unfortunately, have a focus that will apply.
Someone didn't do their command school electives.
Yeah.
I don't know how budding parliamentarian might come in. Does that help us at all? Or has it already been taken into account?
It's just going to give you a hit now.
Okay.
You know exactly what
Right.
phrases and that need to be said for this to be official.
Okay. So there's 1 plus budding parliamentarian.
Yeah, I think budding parliamentarian was part of the math that took us down to 0 before Winchester brought back up to 2.
No, it didn't come back
Oh,
then.
it wasn't? Okay. Cool.
That was the unification vote thing.
Yeah, you're right.
So it looks like 5 total.
Yes.
I was not expecting that.
So 3, I
was-
believe. Which puts us over. 2. Here.
All right. What this has done is shown you an extended task.
Dun dun.
Um,
Aw.
Griffin's motion is eventually denied. The denial is the thing that tells y'all what's at stake here. The argument over this is so vitriolic that it can only help but suggest that unless a great effort is made here, they are going to push the refugees into an impossible situation, and those refugees have a ship with nukes.
Then we
They
must make
don't
the
know
effort.
that. They don't seem to know how powerful the ship in orbit is, and they're willing to do brinksmanship and go over the edge, and that's what the motion here teaches you.
Then let us undertake this extended task.
2 to keep, or it's going to pass.
Yeah, we got 2 floating. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Where'd they go?
And Aratana is part of this, but they can help in ways outside of here. So don't forget that. Like, I'm not going to go to them for something else. You can call on Aratana to take a turn to help prevent this in some other way than in this meeting.
Well, actually, we can keep for free, can't we? Because of the cap.
Yes, we can. I was going to bring that up. But
Ah.
what do we want to do with the keep?
Well, we might want to do something with the 2 that were floating. That's why I brought that up. We'd have to resolve that off the back of Gwendolyn.
Mm-hmm. We make a trade about them being sympathetic to this idea.
Yeah, but it's already been established that they aren't.
They aren't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we make a trade that that our legal argument is ironclad? There is no legal loophole against this.
Or
No, that's too broad.
increasing the potency of one of our existing traits. Like maybe the unification vote suddenly is more relevant because of because they're pushing it so hard. It's like, well, the last time this happened, funny enough, this is actually way more relevant than we thought it was. We just thought it was kind of relevant.
So make unification of 2189 potency 2.
I'll take that. Yeah, you found the nerve. Everyone was hoping. It seems everyone was hoping this did not come up. Everyone realized how much of an explosive issue that this previously established vote was going to be. So, who's going next?
So is this the beginning of the extended task, or?
Yes. The
Yeah.
extended task and the action scene are going at the same time.
Okay.
Okay.
And okay. And the extended task to prevent the civil war is the same extended task as to get them to see the refugee delegates.
The refugee delegates are already here. They're sitting at the table across from you.
Okay. All right, then if no one objects, I think I should go next.
Yeah. I can't. My turn was for the assist.
Yeah. And I would like to stand up and uh yes, in addition to representing them, I believe we should also um I believe it would be most proper to allow the refugees to land and receive access to food and housing from this planet. Federation law mandates that, regardless of their status as citizens in this nation, that refugees must be given all possible humane treatment when they are in a system. So I motion that you allow them to land to receive such treatment.
All right. Give me presence command or presence medicine. Difficulty of 2. Disparate refugees is going to bring that down to 0 because what you're saying is obvious.
Mhm.
I am going to
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna bring it back up to 3 with the 3 potency trait of democratic jeering. You, despite access to the audio system, the sheer number of democracy delegates that are trying to drown out your voice is almost working. Right. I mean, you're speaking into a microphone and there's so many of them here, right? There are tens of, there are like 15 or 16,000, almost 17,000 of them here, and they are drowning you out. So you have to be clear and try to bring, a point of order to quiet in the chamber and all of these things. So yeah, presence command difficulty 3.
By the way, Doctor, do you want to assist me on this, considering this is your thing? Oh, do we not have the doctor?
I'm here.
Oh, you are here. Oh, I didn't see your profile picture. Would you like to assist?
Yeah, I can pitch in. Is this
Okay.
present?
Suggestion, given the extended task,
Mhm.
you may want to have hammer at this point on your turn, and then have him hammer it on his turn, so we get more progress in one go. Because otherwise you only get one punch. He's assisting you do one punch, where if you both take your own turns, you get 2 punches.
That sounds good. Then presence command, a focus in rhetoric. I have to formulate my argument strictly, especially to get around to the cheering and jeering.
Yes.
Okay. The trait of inspiring presence.
Brings the diff down to 1. Down to 2.
Down to 2. The trait of respected Starfleet officer.
Does there's things pulling for and against that, so it's gonna wash out.
Tyrant.
Is going to hurt you. That's gonna bring the diff back up. Your
That's what I figured.
authoritarian tone really bothers people.
Sounds almost anti-democratic, really.
Oh my God, not again.
And definitely anti-democratic, anti-democracy.
Ugh.
You're welcome.
Democracy with an exclamation mark is so stupid. Okay.
Yeah, that's you would
Um,
say that.
take 3 momentum.
1, 2, and 3. Gone. Poof.
Okay, that's 4 hits.
All right. Your command is 4. So
Mhm.
the resistance, if you do nothing, you're going to do 2 work. You
Mhm.
could spend up to 4 momentum to reduce the resistance down to 0 for this task.
We only have 3 momentum.
So you could spend 2 to get 3 work instead of 2.
Sure. We'll spend 2 to get 3 work.
It's a fourth of the way there, so.
All right. They are going to go. After a while, there's not much you can do to stop Strategos, Kenny, and Bonaparte from getting his chance to speak.
He got interrupted twice. Poor guy.
Oh, hopefully that at least threw him off his rhythm.
What? It's my turn. What the hell? Freaking Starfleet.
I mean, his name's Bonaparte.
3
Yeah.
to use the value. No one commands us. You, as he rails against Starfleet having any presence here.
These are not opposed, right? So we can't interfere with them.
No, this is not opposed. He is working on a separate track.
Okay.
And then he's going to spend 6. That was wrong. It should have been presence, which is 1 higher, which would have gotten that 17. So that is
God damn it.
5 successes.
On a difficulty.
Question mark. I suppose we do see him gather up threat, so we know.
Yeah.
Oop.
So I've added his. I've added his extended task. He did a lot of work during the last scene to get the resistance down because he knew he was going to be doing this. It's almost like he's been planning for a while. So there was diff 2 for him, but anti-Bonaparte talking points raised it to diff 4.
Oh, hooray.
Prepared remarks, diff 5. The law is what we say, brings it back down. There's a lot of things you bring up, but he keeps bringing up, yeah, but we could just change that. Hardliner, which is a trait he personally has, is going to bring it back down from 4 to 3.
Oh,
So
Gains 2 threat.
he gets 2 threat, and he's going to spend that to do 1 extra work, which is enough to do half the work track because he has a command of 5. And he's going to give the setback plans in motion.
Oopsie, clicked the wrong thing.
Which is going to raise the difficulty of your task by 1.
Oh, joy.
That's it for him, though. It goes to y'all or the refugees or a member of the council.
Would you like to go, Doctor?
I can. Although I think again, this might just be because I missed out on like the entire like setup of last week.
Mm-hmm.
What is Starfleet's actual legal standing in regards to this planet?
This is a
Like,
member world of the Federation.
okay, this is okay.
Yeah.
That was the thing I was missing. Was like, okay, I have this like Starfleet medical order. Uh, do they respect that? Okay.
They're supposed to.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's.
Yeah, if they want to break Federation rules, they just have to vote to leave the Federation. Then they can do whatever they want. But they haven't done that, so
Mhm,
they might at this rate if we push them too hard.
mhm.
Hopefully not. Hopefully we save it.
Yep. In which case, yes, the Doctor will petition to make a statement on an urgent matter of uh, an urgent medical matter. I assume that there is a what's the word? I assume that like that's how he's pointing it out in a way that's gonna force the assembly to listen to him on this.
Is your
Is
intention to use the medical authority?
I mean, that's all that I have, right?
Give me insight. Something might occur to you that you didn't think to ask before. Give me insight. Command or insight medicine difficulty 0.
I'm gonna spend a momentum, but that's just so I get a reroll.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, it's momentum building as well.
Composure focus?
Yes. I'll take that.
Cool.
Well, that helps.
Gain 4 momentum.
Ooh.
As the Doctor realizes you can do that. It would allow Soloris, if you request, to basically succeed at the task now. The cost is 5 reprimands for you because you have no proof of a medical emergency.
God damn it. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was
So
concerned about.
basically, maybe the situation boils up to where you actually, Starfleet looks at some of what you did here as necessary, but you are courting with court martial by doing this without having the proof ahead of time. And it
Mhm.
might be, if that's what's needed, that's what's needed.
Yeah, except I have a value. Don't fly too close to the sun. That's not Tweer's style.
I'll give you a point of determination for not using this power. That's the complication.
Or strike it
Yeah.
out and do it anyway.
Or you could
Nope.
strike it out, do that. Like, this could be a moment that Tuir changes because he.
No, because here's the thing.
There are hundreds of thousands of lives at stake.
Yeah,
Just trying to
well,
guilt you. Don't mind me.
Yeah, but Tweer, he doesn't know if there's an actual medical emergency up there. Like, as far as things stand, it's entirely conjecture and is nothing but a legal tool at this point, and that's not what Tweer wants to be.
All right, so you can gain a point of determination, and you're going to have to do something else with your turn. Tuir is not going to cross the line of giving the captain that authority.
Yeah,
But he
sorry,
can
guys.
still make a shot at the extended task, right?
Yeah, he can still try some other argument from a medical perspective that this situation needs to be resolved, but he can't. He had before a I win
Right.
ticket that he can't use now.
Yeah.
I'm medically going
sorry,
to force
guys.
you unless you want to.
This is medically. In my medical opinion, Soloris is authorized to use phasers to stop you
Yeah.
from keeping them up there.
It's the medical equivalent of Section 31. It's like, well, if people's lives are at stake, I can do that, but they're not technically. So.
Mm-hmm. And then, so to that end, I don't know what kind of standing he has beyond saying that it's quite likely that
You can argue all of the things that could go wrong.
yeah, like by the sheer mathematics of that many people, by the sheer mathematics of this many people in an enclosed space for X amount of time, the likelihood of a truly disastrous outbreak is increases exponentially by the day. And the longer this discussion happens, the worse the resulting fallout will be. And I guarantee you do not want to be in the same position in 1 month, only far worse.
Give me presence medics and difficulty 2 base.
Wouldn't it be?
Disparate refugees will help you here and bring it down to 0. Because you're not lying. They are up there in a terrible situation, and the evidence is obvious.
Right. Like, this is math. Like, this is medical math. Composure focus?
Yes.
Okay, cool. You said it's diff 0 now?
It is. Sorry, diff 1.
Diff 1? I'm going to spend 1 momentum just to buy a die that I can reroll.
Okay.
Does Starfleet Medical Xenozoology research or trait do anything for me here?
No, because they are intelligent beings, so they don't fall under xenozoology.
Okay, fair enough.
But he is a physician,
But-
yes?
But do they have any animals on board?
Yes, that's
any
what I was
domestic
gonna
animals?
say.
Okay.
They don't. But physician, I would pick physician. He has a. Any of y'all could make this argument, and it would not be as impressive, even though it was the same argument.
Like, I have a
Because
metal
he has a
doctorate.
degree to back it up. Yeah.
So that would bring the diff down to 0. So
Cool.
that's 4 successes. What is your medicine?
No, I haven't rolled it yet. I was.
Oh, okay, that was an earlier
I
one.
have to make presence. It's presence medicine this time, right?
Yep.
You don't want to roll more than one.
That's incorrect. I did not mean to roll 1. Okay, so I'm going to roll the other 2. There we go. Now I'm re-rolling the complication. Thank you. Jesus.
All right.
That's 4 hits.
What's your? Oh, your medicine is 5. So you pass halfway on the progress track, you could use that to do another.
Where's
Oh, sorry, you
the-
don't pass halfway because of the resistance. You could spend those 4 momentum to get 7 instead of 5.
What does it cost to break through resistance?
1 per.
Oh, they changed it. Okay.
Not 1 per. 2 momentum.
You're adding more impact, so in essence.
Wait,
Yeah.
I'm
So 2 momentum will take you from the progress track of 5 to a progress track of 6. 4 momentum from a progress track of 5 to a progress track of 7.
Because that should be
Yeah.
4. Wait, what? Math isn't mathing for me.
There are 2 resistance. Each resistance costs 2.
what?
Oh, so
That
that would get
seems-
you.
There are 2
Whoa,
resistance. Each of them costs 2 momentum to get rid of.
Whoa, that's super different from how it used to be.
Wait, it's inverted?
Well,
Yeah.
we're not truly piercing
Oh, wait,
resistance in the
sorry.
way it is in the first game. We're just
Hold
increasing our
on.
impact.
No, you may. I may be getting it backwards. Let
I
me.
remember it used to cost 1 momentum to clear 2 resistance.
Clearing resistance isn't a thing in second ed. That's what I'm trying to point out. Page 271. There's only one thing you can do in extended test, and that's add your impact. And your impact is how much is the discipline you used minus whatever resistance there was, and then once you get that number, you can add for every 2. You can increase impact.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, sorry. It's not. You're not affecting the resistance. You are just adding additional work at the cost of 1 work for 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, this wasn't a reason task for me. Otherwise, I could have ignored that.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so that brings us to how much work now?
Are you
that I've done that?
spending the 4?
Yeah, I think we're spending the 4 because
That's 7 out of 12.
Yeah, it's 7 out of 12.
In theory, you can get an 8 of 12. I don't know if you want to bother doing that because we still have 3 momentum left.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think I'd rather leave you guys to have some momentum on the board to.
Yeah, that makes sense. Plus 7 out of 12 is good for us anyway. So. Is that trigger breakthrough at 7 of 12? Am I full of crap?
6 of 12.
6
So
of 12
yes.
fire? Cool.
So yeah, we did get the breakthrough.
Yeah, he has to type it up and tell us and stuff. Takes a little time. Instead of L cards loading, it's extended task rolling. Oh, you don't get to make fun of me now. Actually, you still will in the future, but still.
You get harried plans 1. You have each his he did not plan on you being able to eloquently describe the plight of the refugees in a way that was going to take a lot of the anger out of the other representatives. You've made the refugees look not so much as a threat as a humanitarian crisis, and that kind of steals his thunder of them being, an existential threat. Actually, it's not harried plans. It's just harried plans. I got it mixed up with being a trait. What that did is that gave him 2 resistance.
I'm almost thinking of trying to spend for us to go again, because I'm the last person to move.
There is no one else on his side. He is in this. He is the only one taking a turn on the enemy side.
Oh well, no, we shouldn't spend it then, because it's more useful that we have that momentum for the good guys.
I take that back.
Oh.
Someone could be an enemy or a friend. So you might want to spend, because you might not want them to do what they're planning on doing. So actually, there would be a benefit to going earlier if you want to spend that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I definitely want to get ahead of them. Because my outer plan, with the idea that I think this guy may be trying to use this as an excuse for hostile action against these people, and also keeping these people from doing anything more rash, I'm working with the ship to try to get as clear a picture as possible of the tactical situation here, and making sure that if these people try to hurt the refugees anymore, or if the captain says, you know what, section 31, I'm just calling it. You're going to deal with it. We have it in position. That way, it's a sort of show of force of, look, buddy, if you really push us, we're not going to let these people suffer. We're going to land them. And I'm making sure that captain has that big trump card to slap down.
Sure. Insight command difficult, or insight security.
And will this go into the extended task? Question mark.
Yes.
Okay, I wanted
You're
to make
part
sure.
of that.
I wanted to make sure.
I'm gonna reveal that there is the possibility of military force here to seize control. It's not who you think it is. Everything you're seeing, the Strategos does not need a military coup. He can just, if he convinces a majority of parliament, he can do a military coup without
Firing a shot.
because he's already the head of the military. They can just put him in charge
It's a
on their
military
own.
coup
Like
it's a
they can
military
coup
coup on
themselves.
paper. Oh, that's wild.
But there is someone who could use military force to enforce a coup. The entire elected authority of the all Cassian Congress is here in one city, and someone has convinced the Congress to allow and convinced Starfleet of the necessity of landing hundreds of thousands of people, some of which served valorously in the Klingon War, here directly into the spaceports. So that's it. So yeah, right. The reveal is you learn you take notes that Tawir passed along, some of the arguments over the past day or two that the captain has made, because this has taken some time. And yeah, the reveal is you just kind of sum it all up. The Strategos does not need to use force. He needs to be absolved of the force he already used and be given ultimate authority. It's the general that Tawir has given that Griffin and Tawir together have given the ability to land armed troops in the center of the spaceports unopposed. And that's not to say that she will coup. That's to say if she gets pushed, if they get pushed into a corner, they may do a coup themselves. So Aratana has two problems she can work on. One is do something to prevent the general from jumping the gun and starting a civil war that she might already win in the parliament. Right? They might be convincing the parliament as we speak to accept the refugees, and she doesn't know that, so she kicks off the civil war, right? There's that problem, and there's the problem that if the parliament does vote, right, the strategos will have ultimate military authority and can attack the refugees or the Andromeda. So yeah, what which of those problems does Aratana work on?
It's in that case, what I'd like to try to pitch. Hum.
Oh, and I will what I will do.
Oh. Man.
Show you the reveal will show you the other extended task. Part of it they spent to get the resistance down. One of those complications, one of those resistance went down because Griffin got a complication. And helped them formulate an argument as to why they should be allowed to land ships in the spaceports. So they haven't made any progress, right? That's one of the things you could do is try to get to the general and convince her not to make any progress, or you could try to do something to slow down or stop the progress of the strategos at the cost of the general might start making progress on her own track.
My end goal is to try to. I'm going to focus mainly on a very a preventative but obvious measure. Not to stop her track, but to fill ours, such that neither of their plans can fire. It's like to try to have a fait accompli. It's like I'm already in place with as much resources as I can.
Yeah,
stop doing what you're doing.
She arrives at the starport and it's on the television screens. You know, refugees to be accepted as full members or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. Then at that point, it doesn't matter that she has well-trained troops in position and she has nukes. Right. You've beat her. Right.
Yeah.
You've gotten her what she wanted before she overreacted.
Okay.
But so yeah, you need to find a way to. You're the last roll of the round, right? So you, without other people going, right? You're the last player roll. So let's see. Can you do 5 progress?
I need momentum to pull that crap off.
Got 1.
Yeah, I need at least 2. Okay, so let's do the math ahead of time. So I can do 5 with security. It'll be knocked down by 2 to 3. I'll be doing 3 to 7. 7 gets me to 10. I need 2 more, which means I need at least 4 momentum to pull this out of my hat.
So you'll want to consider what traits are going to help reduce the diff so you get more momentum.
Yeah. So I don't think of the existing traits fire for what I'm trying to do, really.
Actually, you're right. I don't think they do.
Well, maybe one cuts for, one cuts against, I might argue. Centralized refugees versus disparate refugees. Because they're disorganized, I can move faster than they can. Because I have a unified Starfleet crew who's already on call for me. Whereas they're kind of trying to organize themselves. Like a total of 1 in my favor.
Oh, I can see. Let me rephrase that. I really shouldn't have said disparate.
Oh, I know the argument I can use that separates from that because that sounds like
it should have been desperate because disparate, you're right, is dispersed.
Yeah.
They're not disparate. They're desperate.
actually unconventional crew. Like, I'm doing a really weird stunt that most Starfleet crews wouldn't be chill with, but this crew's like, no, Aratana's doing something again. Let's just trust him on this.
Yeah, no, Aratani and the the operation specialist on the sensors don't give you any flack. They just respond to your requests, knowing they can trust you in unusual situations. So that'll be a hit.
Respected Starfleet crew. It's like I'm leading.
Yes, that'll be a hit.
Okay. So that gets me down to that. Is there any? Do I want to buy 2 hits out of the gate, or do I want? Yes, I do, don't I? Because buying a talent here doesn't help me more than I think it does. No, it doesn't. That's what I was doing on your guys' turn. Was desperately looking around for a talent that helps me, and there are. I just don't qualify for them because you can't give yourself a talent you don't already qualify for.
They probably all require a command of 4 or something.
Yeah.
The ones you're looking at. Yeah.
Science of 3 would have been awesome. Except no, Science of 2, Reason of 9. I have a Reason of 8, so I can't use it. Walking Encyclopedia would have been awesome right now, but I don't have it. We're constantly watching fire in the sense I've already seen the danger, so I guess the reroll wouldn't fire here.
No, that's the consequence of the reveal is that it's no longer a hidden threat. You're aware now.
Okay. Grant Kite doesn't matter because if I get this, I get this. So yeah. I'm gonna spend toward the value. Sometimes force is required to enforce compliance. Like I am using the force of our ship, my personal. If I have to stand in an airport with my phaser at my hip, going, no, stop, give me 5 minutes. I swear to God, give me 5 minutes. Anything to buy time to have this tick over.
I will take this. It is going to be a rep ding because you don't have the authority to use violence here. It might be the right thing to do, but it's not by the book.
I'll totally take that ding. That's very Aratana.
Yeah.
Like, I'll take that. I'll get yelled at later. That's fine. That happens to me all the time. All right. So I have 2 hits. I need that momentum. I'm generating. I'm already doing it anyway.
You effectively have 4 hits.
So yeah, I should be okay. Final argument: control instead of security, positioning and figuring out where I need to be, what needs to be put in place.
Control isn't something you can replace security with. That's an attribute in a discipline.
No, control instead of insight.
Yes, because I spent to do the reveal, you don't have to figure out the problem anymore.
That adds the dice. I already bought one of the dice up, so I only get to roll 1 die. So that's a total of 5, I believe. Wait, no, that doesn't work because that wouldn't get me enough anyway on the 1 die. So I wouldn't generate enough momentum, even if I got 2. Because I'm generating hits.
So the difficulty is 3. With determination, you have hit the difficulty. No, sorry, not with determination. With determination, you've hit the difficulty. With the 2 traits helping, you've gotten 2 momentum.
I should have bought with threat. I didn't think. For some reason I thought I was over the difficulty. I don't know why I thought that.
So right now, you are doing 5 reduced by 2 to 3, which is going to get a breakthrough. And you do. You could spend to do 11 out of 12.
Oh, I'm gonna do that. I fucked
The
up.
only thing I think that could matter here
actually.
is if your chief operations specialist wants to pull more momentum out of.
Oh, do you have a medal that generates bonus?
No. I was just thinking. I could try to swift test this.
You could, yeah.
Yes.
Do I want to do that?
And I can't Spirit of Discovery again because I used the determination that I got.
Yeah, you would need to make. You can either do 11. out of 12, or you can swift task. You don't have enough to do both.
Oh, but with this amount, would I get a breakthrough on 10?
You would, but it's I can tell you for free, a breakthrough's never going to finish the work track for you. It'll do something, but it's not going to finish it for you.
But it might make the next roll easier. Is more what I'm thinking. But it might make it harder too, because breakthroughs aren't always good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, fudge in a ham basket with biscuits. What am I gonna do? Can I have never used this before, so I can't call back at all for this.
Are we at the end of a round here?
No, I'm trying to.
No.
I'm trying to get it before they get to go.
Okay.
I wish. Oh,
Yeah,
you can go first in the new round. There's that. Yeah.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
I think if you want to swift action, your only option is to sit at 10, see what the breakthrough is, and then swift task. Otherwise, the best you can do is 11 out of 12.
That's true. I'm just thinking if I can challenge something while I'm doing this
Oh, so that you have the determination to use.
in the next roll. Yeah.
I think you would
directive
need
2?
to do that before you rolled.
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take that on the chin. Yeah, my intention is to swift because I'm trying to get ahead of it. So I'll just have to dig into the threat pool. Not the ideal thing to do, but oh well. So I'm at 10. I'm gonna swift to go again.
The breakthrough is would have been to reduce progress on the refugees seizing power, because you already had established at the beginning of the episode integrated resistance. They know another way than a military coup to get a place for their group here, right? There's a working within the system for them. So this breakthrough, because it would have reduced progress and there is no progress, just going to remove that task.
Oh, like the refugees won't bother seizing power because I've convinced them.
No.
Oh.
Which might be bad if they might be totally out of place if you fail here
Right.
to save themselves. But they were already predisposed to back off if there was a chance at working within the system, and you're standing in the door of the thing with a gun and making the choice, either shoot at me now or give me, a couple of days for the progress, for the situation in the assembly to work itself out. And they blink and they give you the time. So you have removed them where you might have only slowed them down and they might have tried something else. They didn't get enough time. You acted so fast to prevent them from getting anything off the ground. So that's where you stand when the decision to swift task comes up.
Well, that's good. If they get their turn, they won't be doing that at least. So that's good.
No, they probably won't take turns. That was the thing they were.
Oh, that was what they were doing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel confident if I biff this, we're good. I think we're good. So on my swift, same stuff from before applies, I imagine. The same idea. It's still an unconventional crew. Oh wait, no, it kind of changes, doesn't it? Because they're not.
No, you would have to do something different.
Yeah, it's a different thing now. Shite. Cool.
I would take a obtain information for a suggestion. And that's if you come up blank and you need something, you need to do something, but you're not sure what.
Well,
but if you have an idea,
the thing I might pitch, Now that I know this is coming up, I'm thinking of maybe heading back in and then like requesting from the captain I want to speak to hammer at Bonaparte and try to expose him on the floor, sort of thing. Like now that I don't have an external threat I'm scared of, now I can go inside and go, okay, I know nothing's gonna happen now. I'm gonna get in there and try to really make Bonaparte look bad.
It's so crowded, and there are strict access controls that it would be a task to move in there, and you'd have to generate you'd have to generate 2 momentum. It's not a minor to move back
That makes
because
sense.
like they've security has like shut the building off, and even if you yes, I do have the credentials, then you have to make your way through an arena-like setting of tens of thousands of representatives and get access back to the floor. So that's a task in
Oh,
its own right.
I'm probably gonna get dinked for this. What about using the ship to broadcast Bonaparte's past and before, sort of doing a media blast to really rip him apart? So even though it's not having effect, people do check their the news. They may hear about it, and it kind of adds. It might influence the vote from the outside, the court of public opinion, sort of thing. But I'm also doing something I'm not supposed to do, sort of action.
That definitely violates Directive 2.
Mm-hmm.
Neither them nor the 10th Fleet has given you the authority to do this. Let's see.
Oh wait, no, that turns into engineering. That doesn't work. No, that's a bad
I was
move.
also going to say I don't think I can because you're not high enough rank to force Inverni, and Inverni's not here to roll. And this is something definitely that their character may say no, I wouldn't allow.
Yeah,
So
I'll throw you a momentum for to obtain information because those were my 2 desperate moves, and they don't. One takes too long, and the other is an engineering roll. Even if you did allow it.
This is almost along the same lines. You could remove. You could greatly increase his difficulty by personally disabling the local military orders comms relay. Like you went and talked to a couple of security people around. You have a general you know where the military headquarters is, and you've seen how sloppy they are, that they've never faced a security threat. You're pretty sure you could get in and turn off communications to other military units. It wouldn't last very long, but it would be enough that it's going to slow him down a lot. That obviously comes with a ding, but and it's not a way to finish the task on your side, but it is a way to significantly raise his difficulty.
I wish I hadn't spent that now.
I didn't say it was going to be good, but I said I had something for you.
Okay. By the way, for your power there, does it require momentum to fire to no hesitate, or is that a threat thing?
It's threat.
It's a threat thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank God! I was scared. I just screwed you.
Nope.
Actually, what I'm gonna do, in anticipation of that, I'm going to try to not force my way in the sense of I'm going to start shooting if you don't let me in, but I'm going to try to move through the process of getting onto the floor as fast as possible to reveal what I've learned, and try to impress upon to our team like, hey, you really need to hurry the hell up. I bought you time. So get in there before this escalates out of control.
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay.
So this is your choice of fitness or presence. command or security. Because there's a lot of different ways you could get access back. Some of them are just walking right up to the desk and going through the process of getting credentialed and moving back in. Others are, I still have my old credentials. I'm just going to hop this fence while nobody's looking. And
Yeah, I'm
it'll be
thinking
fine.
fitness athletics. God, fitness security with the athletics focus of just like boop. Here's my thing. Bye.
Yeah. So that's diff 1, and if you it's diff 1 because it's a swift task. If you succeed, you need to spend 2 momentum to get to the floor.
I'm not gonna buy this because why make life hard on you? And I have no reason to spend toward values. No, there's no way that makes sense. Oh, being a Vulcan help with this at all?
No, this is something a human could do of equal ease.
Hey.
1 momentum gained, which means you're 1 short of getting to the floor.
That's fine. I was trying to generate momentum, so that's really what that was about.
Okay, so you do get stopped, but it causes a bit of a distraction that Griffin thinks she can see Zod because there's a commotion out in the hall.
Uh-huh. Wonderful.
Well, I mean, you're just causing trouble.
All right. He's going to spend the 2. Y'all went last, so he's going to go first, and he would spend the 2 to offset the security officer's ability.
Well, I'm going to spend 1 for no hesitation to go first instead.
All right.
So stupid.
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
I did what I could.
No idea what or how I'm doing this, but I'm going first.
All right, go for it. I mean,
Ye-
I have determination to spend, so like if you can't pull it off, I can probably do it on my turn. But
You can give the determination to her.
You
Can I?
could, yeah, you could give
Yeah,
me
you're
the
captain.
captain superpower.
Oh, I
Oh,
just forgot
yeah,
about
okay.
that. Oh, damn
but
it.
it's not my turn. Can I
God
do
damn,
that?
Yeah, no, it's
God
implicitly
damn
something
it.
you don't do on your turn.
Okay.
It's an ability you have.
We
Yeah,
could've-
it doesn't require you to be on your turn.
Alright.
All right, then does that require? Hold on.
It
I have to
requires
pull up.
literally nothing other than you to say,
Yeah.
"This is what I'm doing."
Okay, then I'm giving you an order to speak now, and I'm handing you my determination.
That's different. You can't direct them. You can't tell them to do something.
I meant
You-
narratively to
Yeah,
explain why I was. Yeah.
Well, no, because this is like your inspiring presence is
Okay.
what,
Yeah.
like you're giving them the power to push on and whatever they were already doing.
In that case, yes. She's going to look at you and say, "Things are getting dicey."
I don't wait for you to finish what you're saying.
Okay. Okay.
You're like, oh shit, this isn't good, and she's like, okay, I'm gonna do something.
Yeah.
You are becoming her favorite officer on the crew because you will do basically anything and throw your life and career on the line on a dime's notice for the greater good.
Makes me a great pilot, not great at much of anything else.
You're great at lots of things. You're great at committing suicide or risking suicide for the benefit of others.
Yeah, I'm great at that. You're right. It's a good thing to be great at.
In this setting,
right.
yes. In most settings, no.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right. So, what is our I got a little turned around on the last thing Aratana was doing. What's the current status of the extended task?
You need 2 work, and the resistance is 2 diff 3.
So as long as you succeed, with like con or something that has 5, you're good. But
Yeah.
you need 2 hits to get this.
I need
2 impact total.
I'm going to spend. Uh, 8 on a reversal. You keep frustrating him through parliamentary methods, and you have forced his hand to show his true anti-democratic nature. You and the commander start seeing when you like jump forward. The commander starts seeing reports. The building is being surrounded. Right, Artana looks behind themselves as they like jump over a fence, and yeah, there's a shuttle full of guys in body armor and phasers jumping out now. He did not want to do this, and he now thinks there's no other choice. So that's a reversal. And off of the back of that, I'm going to create a trait with potency 3 of all or nothing. Gwendolyn Griffin, there isn't a second try at this. If your remarks aren't enough to bring the vote to an end, there might be a bloodbath here in a few minutes.
At that point, I would like to strongly argue for using daring here then, because covers circumstances where characters must take decisive action without a detailed plan or analysis, relying on gut instinct and quick reflexes. It's not specifically physical. It's about doing things.
I will say, yeah, the
quick.
daring. It's not a matter of presence. That they've already been convinced. Now you need to force the vote to come to an end.
Yeah. And then what else?
So you're looking at difficulty 6 here. That's where the increase went.
Well, I am.
And I will say, actually, the trait "the law is what we say" is going to cut in your favor.
Okay.
If we vote on it, it's too late.
Yeah, so that's going to bring you down to diff 5. The unification, no, because those are, yeah, the other points are about convincing them. They're already convinced. The problem is getting through the procedural motions.
What about the refugee traits? Because those help with us. Because now they're kind of, it's pushing on the desperation of the situation.
No, they have their they are relying on you now. They had a separate plan. And you convinced them not to follow through on that. They weren't prepared really for a second plan.
Oh.
Right. When Revere and Griffin were talking to them, they helped Revere come up with a plan to give the captain on some speeches. At the same time, Griffin unwittingly helped them set up a plan to take over the spaceports. The thing they were planning on doing was what Griffin helped with. They just also helped you with what you were planning on doing as a backup, and now you're going with the backup.
Yeah.
So
I wondered why it was a complication to land people in a spaceport. It's like, aren't those where spaceships are supposed to be? But now that makes sense.
Yeah, that's exactly why it was
They're
a
also
complication.
nerve clusters.
Because that's what makes it easy to get a bunch of armed people throughout the city very quickly.
Yeah.
So
right,
no, I think all of the traits are about the situation. They don't need to be convinced. You need to actually push people to get the vote in, like run up to the leaders of the party and say, you know, have your people vote to, you know, suspend this one requirement that says 2 days have to pass before the final tally is released right? And then run to someone else and be like, we need a motion to bring the matter to the floor now, right? It's
Yeah.
desperately running around and trying to get the last little bit of parliamentary work completed.
So you have the same problem I have because I don't know how you're going to make this
Yeah.
con.
Yeah.
So you need 4 momentum to get to the door.
Yeah. I might be able to play
wait.
for security here.
I'm dumb.
Yeah, you got something?
You can spirit the discovery as long as you hit it. Oh, you need 6 successes.
Yeah,
Oh.
I need 6 successes.
So you need to spend ahead of time.
Well, no, the
Yeah.
difficulty now
5.
is 5.
5. I guess personal traits. Brazen.
4.
Yeah. Endless possibilities, no experience.
Yes, you don't know all the ways people can say no.
Okay, so that's difficulty 3.
Possible assistance from the captain or the doctor? Because we're in a new round.
Yes, I would take assistance from either the doctor or the captain.
And not me, because I'm still stuck outside.
Yeah.
If you had spent to be here, you could.
I know.
You're right.
Okay. So, question. Can you do callbacks when you're just assisting?
No, because you don't really have a way to. Why? The question is, what would you use the determination for?
Oh,
if it's
because
to
you
create a
can't
trait
spend
or to
it
give
on
to
this
them.
turn. Mhm.
So yes, you can, because you might be able to. You might be trying to get that determination to spend on something you can do off turn, like a trait, or give it to
Or give it to
Gwendolyn.
someone, yeah.
But you can't use it on an assist.
Okay.
So yes, there is a reason to do it if you want to.
And it also would give an art. Okay. Okay. I would like to assist, and could I do a call back to A World Without War, in which I used my word is law to humiliate the Klingon captain, and then I did a callback to it for a milestone last episode to talk to the general about her nukes. I mean, this is all about personal conversation and extorting our view of the law as being true.
On the back of it being more about you having used your force of will, your personality, yes.
Okay.
You don't actually no, because you did counter someone who is very charismatic in both cases, so I'll take it on that bound. Right, he is trying to oppose you in what you're doing here.
Mhm.
And he is a very charismatic person, so
Okay,
yes, I'll take that.
And I gave, if you won't take this, that's fine. But I did give my old determination to Gwendolyn. Could I have given her this new one to her to have the old one to spend, or no?
No, because yes, you can.
Okay, then I will for
Well,
my
There's a tricky order of operations thing happening at this point.
Yeah, because normally you, like, if Gwendolyn was doing this exact thing, it wouldn't be allowed.
Mhm.
Because you have to wait till the end of the resolution to get, but because
What? Us have a tricky order of operations thing?
I think I could only allow this if you were creating a trait or giving them the point of determination.
which is what I was doing. I gave it to her.
Except giving them isn't attached to a value. That's the problem.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's actually the power of it. Although I can imagine creating a trait because you can.
No, but they had to use yeah, they'd have to use the value to get the point of determination.
Yeah.
You don't have determination to so there's no way for you to do this. You
Okay.
have to have a point of determination to get this process started. And if
Okay,
you had
nope.
that point of determination, you'd do something else with it.
Okay. So I still get the call back, but I can't spend it this action.
No, you have to do the callback, you spend the determination on the callback.
Okay. All right, you're right. You're right. Okay. Understood then. I'm just assisting normally.
All right. So my attribute for this role is daring. What's the discipline?
Command.
Command. Okay. Can I argue for security? I don't think I can argue for con, but I think security could make sense if what I'm basically doing is running things to people, since security can cover
Or
athleticism.
perhaps highlighting the security concern. It's like you
Or
need
also,
to
yeah,
you need to
highlighting the
hurry
security
up.
concern.
I'll take that, yeah.
Okay, cool. It gets me +1.
Yeah.
Not as good as a 5, but a 3 is better than a 2.
Yep. That's still one over the line, so that helps.
Yeah. All right. So we're at difficulty 3. I'm going to spend. First off, focus in free running here. I think maybe.
No, that's a little bit too much of a stretch.
Okay.
It's parliamentary floor, right? You don't need to do
I
parkour.
can vote between different like Star Wars floating platforms.
What if the idea?
Imagine they took the British Parliament and stuck it in the middle of a football arena. That's what you're dealing with. It's the part you're in is still like a very compact area with like one table in it.
Could
At that point, could I ask for navigation as focus?
No. That's
Okay.
not the problem here is not knowing where to go or how to get there. It's getting to people and telling them what the next step is.
Okay. I do not believe I have a focus then.
Could anti-Bonaparte talking points add to the urgency? It's like he's gonna do something, and they go, he's done stuff like this before." Maybe not this extreme, but he's that kind of guy, you know?
No, because you're right. He hasn't done this before.
Yeah.
He's never threatened to use violence against
The state.
The state.
Yeah.
On the plus side, because you're using security instead of one of the 2s, you only need 2 momentum to get over the line.
Yeah. So we have 1 right now. I'm going to be spending determination towards. What am I spending towards? Can I just keep spending it towards limits are there to be tested? It feels like the episode of limits are there to be tested.
Mission directive.
I guess I could spend towards directive.
I think mission directive 1 or 3.
Okay, let me see which one of those. I'll go for 1.
All right.
Hey, I've now spent toward directive. Yay!
After like 5 determination, you finally got around to.
So many value spent in 1 log. It's like, I can only use 1 of these.
They're all towards the same value, though.
Yeah.
All right, so I think if you roll flat, you need 1 success to finish to
Plus,
succeed.
I need at least 1 other to get the momentum I need. Yeah. So I'm going to spend 3 threat to roll 4 dice here.
All right. So
hallelujah.
You've gained 2 momentum on the roll. So, what is your security? It's 3.
My security's 3.
So right now you're doing 1 work.
And then 2
And-
momentum gets you over the line.
Yeah, 2 momentum to get over the line then.
Then, as he is like turned around at his station with his comm link open, issuing commands, he is totally unaware that the all Cassian Congress has called and finalized the vote. His party was not enough on its own to stand on this vote, and y'all convinced the other parties to either abstain or vote in your favor. And he is unaware until the moment the sound of the announcement that the bill has passed goes out, and he kind of turnarounds to see that it's too late. He quietly issues orders for return to barracks. And we close as the Andromeda spends a few more weeks in orbit observing the handling of the refugees. Dr. Tweer spends a lot of long days and nights overseeing their welfare, while Artana probably goes the same distance on almost no sleep, maintaining security at the spaceports. Before the Fisher arrives with the ambassador, who sticks around for several years to finalize the situation. In years in the future, maybe if one of your characters lives long enough, you'll return to see that the refugees have reasserted a Cassian technocracy. Only those who were well and truly disciplined and extremely knowledgeable, right? The best of the best were the only ones capable of surviving the Klingon abuses. And that forged them to have a kind of internal cohesion and discipline they could use to reassert authority within a democratic system and eventually dissolve it. But all of it was done without bloodshed. And that's where we'll close the episode.
All right. For all of you watching out there, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing, thank you very much for playing. And for one running, thank you for running. And oh dear God, that was way too close. And I'm glad we pulled it off. So hope to see you all next time. And we'll see if we manage not to get into a super complicated situation that will invariably hurt somebody's reputation. Who am I kidding? That's going to happen every episode. Bye.
I love the dichotomy where I'm either standing around waiting for something to happen or going at full speed. There's no middle ground.